Good morning. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're at 51 degrees. We do have some clouds this morning. Stick around for your forecast, which is still to come here. Tributes to former President Jimmy Carter is celebrating his life and mourning his loss on Sunday at the age of 100. The oldest former U.S. president ever.
Carter's one term in office was defined by foreign policy. He brokered a historic peace deal between Israel and Egypt, but a crisis in the Middle East played a role in his political undoing. In 1979, 52 Americans were taken hostage in the U.S. Embassy in Iran. In 1980, Carter would lose to Ronald Reagan in a landslide. Just minutes after leaving office, the hostages were released. After leaving the White House, Carter launched what is often regarded as one of the most impactful post-presidential careers in history, establishing the Carter Center, sponsoring programs to promote human rights around the world.
That is ABC's Andrew Dimbert reporting. Now, despite his presidency being marred by runaway inflation and energy crisis and that hostage-taking crisis in Iran, most Americans did believe that Carter was an honest and religiously devoted man. Gallup puts his approval rating at 70% during his presidency. A U.S. team of investigators is now heading to South Korea. They're going to be there to help find the cause of an airliner crash that killed nearly everyone on board. ABC's Nicole D'Antonio.
Crew members, a man in his 20s and a woman in her 30s, were pulled from the wreckage alive. Both are being treated for injuries, and their conditions are considered non-life-threatening. It comes as the cause of the crash is under investigation. South Korean officials say air traffic control warned the pilots of a possible bird strike. Moments later, the pilots issued a mayday call.
179 people were killed, including 5 children. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Dave Packer.
There are only 2 trading days left in 2024. The stock market will be open on New Year's Eve, although the bond market will close at 2 p.m. Eastern. The stock and bond markets will both be closed on New Year's Day. Some reports coming up this week include pending home sales on Monday, the S&P Case-Shiller Home Price Index on Tuesday, and weekly jobless claims Thursday. There will also be reports on U.S. construction spending and snapshots of manufacturing activity. The S&P 500 is on track for a 25% gain this year, marking the second consecutive yearly gain of more than 20%. It's the first time that's happened since the late 90s. The S&P 500 was pushed to 57 all-time highs and 3 Federal Reserve interest rate cuts. Stocks could have a hard time going for a three-peat, though. Despite topping 100,000 for the first time earlier this month, Bitcoin has slumped and is on track to post a negative December. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Futures this morning are on the negative side. We've got the Dow futures down 89, the NASDAQ futures losing 45, and the S&P futures down 14 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Really not seeing any delays anywhere this morning on the major roadways or the secondary roadways either. I think this is going to be another really slow day on the roads. So also, TDOT continues its holiday, its construction holiday through tomorrow night. So there's no additional lane closures, no additional setup of construction anywhere on the major roadways in the Nashville area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Man, Joan, Jeff, it is so nice to be back. Isn't it great to see me back in the air chair, Jeff?
Yeah, actually, I was gone for a couple of days, too, so we're both back, in a sense.
I'm not sure I recognize that guy sitting over there in the air chair.
Hey, Joan.
Yeah.
When I saw Jeff, his eyes were literally closed. And I walked in and I said, Jeff, is you going to be okay for this broadcast, my friend? I mean, listen, I can't be the only one bringing the fire this morning.
I'm up, okay?
Come on, man.
I'm on pure adrenaline.
Can I get you some coffee? Because that works better than adrenaline sometimes.
Jeff,
Okay, you're going to hate me. I don't like coffee.
What?
Jeff, can I just tell you that what I'm seeing right now is not adrenaline. I don't know what it is, but it's like the exact opposite of adrenaline.
Maybe depression? Maybe that's it.
You get the holiday blues?
A little bit.
Yeah?
No, it's just I'm still not used to this early time slot, I think, is the right way.
It takes a special person.
Yeah, and I don't think
Clearly.
I'm that special. I mean, I'm special in other cases, but this isn't it. Medically special, but not this.
Mm.
You're not going to make it like a short bus joke, are you, Jeff? Because I'm pretty sure
You wanna
that
hear
is
the- you want-
politically incorrect.
You want to hear something funny?
What's that?
As a kid, I did take a short bus to school.
Did you really?
Yeah, for just a little bit.
I actually did too. You know, we'll bond about that at 5:35.
I think we went for very different reasons.
Oof.
We're off to a flying start, aren't we, Joan?
Yeah.
Welcome back, buddy.
Let it just be said,
That
I
was
never
your
took a
birthday.
short bus. Okay.
We all knew, Joan, that
Yeah.
you never took the short bus.
Yes.
But I didn't take the short bus for the typical reason either. But whatever, we'll get into that. Lots of news to talk about today, as a matter of fact. And the death of Jimmy Carter, of course, is on everyone's mind. I pulled some audio. This is great audio. You know, it's interesting because Trump, I really liked, and I don't know if you saw this, Joan, but I really liked what Donald Trump had to say about the death of Jimmy Carter.
I thought it was very respectful.
He was very presidential.
Yeah.
I just heard of the news about the passing of President Jimmy Carter. Those of us who have been fortunate to have served as president understand this is a very exclusive club, and only we can relate to the enormous responsibility of leading the greatest nation in history. The challenges Jimmy faced as president came at a pivotal time for our country, and he did everything in his power to improve the lives of all Americans. For that, we all owe him a debt of gratitude. Melania and I are thinking warmly of the Carter family and their loved ones during this difficult time. We urge everyone to keep them in their hearts and prayers. And so I thought that Trump, he sounds very presidential. And I love that, you know, he's got it in him. Despite the fact that Jimmy Carter, and listen, there's a lot of great things to say about Jimmy Carter and his post-presidency life. He did amazing things. But he also was on record as clearly not being Donald Trump's biggest fan. This is what he said on Colbert.
What do you think it takes to be president? What's the one of quality that it requires to be a good president?
I used to think it was to tell the truth. But I've changed my mind lately.
Now, here's the crazy thing about that audio bite, is that he's obviously referring to Donald Trump. But, because, you know, the Democrats, they always like to say, oh, he tells 1 million lies a day. Joe Biden is the biggest liar, pants on fire than we've ever seen in the Oval Office. I mean, his entire administration is based on lies. So that was number one. You got, you know, Jimmy Carter. He's bagging on Trump, basically intimating or calling the president a liar. Then he said this on some sort of a symposium somewhere.
What's your reaction? How should we deal with Russia?
Well, the president himself should condemn it, admit that it happened, which I think 16 of the intelligence agencies have already agreed to say. And there's no doubt that the Russians did interfere in the election. And I think the interference, although not yet quantified, if fully investigated, would show that Trump didn't actually win the election in 2016. He lost the election, and he was put into office because the Russians interfered on his behalf.
So do you believe President Trump is an illegitimate president?
Based on what I just said, which I can't retract. I'll tell you.
Thank you.
Sounds like he's an insurrectionist. I don't know about you. Now, listen, I'm not bagging on Jimmy Carter. Man just died, and there is... Joan, is there in Washington, D.C., because I just got done doing Red Eye Radio.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be honest with you. I was a little uncomfortable because there's a lot of negative things to say about Jimmy Carter.
Oh, for sure.
So what's the appropriate length of time that... I mean, it wasn't like a you know, just absolute blistering of Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
But he was a terrible president. I mean, but it's okay to say that, right? I mean, that is, even on the day of his death, within 24 hours, it is okay to say that Jimmy Carter was a Lord awful president.
I think that the general consensus is, and President Trump alluded to it, he was a horrible president, but a very good man. And so the emphasis seems to be on what Jimmy Carter did after he left office, because what he did was so, I mean, he was a faithful man. He helped others. He carried on the Lord's work. He was the light. Honestly, he did so many good things.
He called Donald Trump an illegitimate president. He did so many great things, Joan.
He did. He did some good things.
He did.
So,
he did.
You know, so that's what the media is going to focus on, not his terrible presidency and not things like calling President Trump illegitimate.
Oh, they think that's probably the greatest thing. Jimmy Carter's greatest moments. And, you know, when he called Donald Trump either a liar on Colbert or an illegitimate president. But here's the thing, is that I think as he got older, he also, let's be honest, he called out Barack Obama. Remember when he called out Barack Obama because Obama was using all that drone warfare?
Oh, I don't remember him doing that. So, okay.
Oh, he sure did. He called out Barack Obama for a couple of things. All of that drone warfare, number one. And number two, he called out Obama because Obama didn't take ISIS seriously. Remember when he called ISIS the JV?
Yes.
Jimmy Carter was like, what the hell are you talking about? And so Biden, or I should say, little difference, but Jimmy Carter, he wasn't afraid to call out his own party. And he wasn't afraid, obviously, to call out Donald Trump either. And I do like the fact that I don't think Trump ever went after Jimmy Carter. I just don't think that he did. And I could be wrong on that.
So Jimmy Carter, he and Jimmy Carter had a bit of a relationship.
Trump and Carter?
Yeah. CNN posting this morning that the president-elect, that Carter actually helped him, called him, and helped with some things that were happening at the time. He was in touch with them. 2018, Carter said that he received a briefing on North Korea and said that he would be willing to travel to North Korea on the Trump administration's behalf. Carter wrote Trump a letter on U.S.-China relations trade relations and spoke with him by phone in April of 2019. So there was a period of
There you
time
go.
where he actually did try to help President Trump.
Love it. And,
Yes.
good for Jimmy Carter. And listen, unlike Joe Biden, there's a lot of good to say about Jimmy Carter. Do you know what's going to... I might get in trouble when I say this, but if you guys really want to hear a train wreck of a broadcast,
Yeah.
wait until Biden sadly passes. I don't know what the hell I'm going to say. Because that man, there's nothing good to... I'm sorry, there's nothing good to say about Joe Biden.
I was listening to earlier, I guess, on Red Eye Radio. You had a soundbite of President Carter talking about the hostages
Yes.
in Iran and talking about getting them back. And, the U.S. is firm on getting them back. And I was struck by the difference between his speech and what we hear from Joe Biden, which is nothing about American hostages that are still to this day being held in Gaza.
Funny you should mention that, Joan.
Oh,
That's
yeah?
part of what's coming up next. It is we still do traffic at like 5:15, right?
Sure. Let's do it. There's nothing going on. Let's do
5:15,
it.
time to check the roads on WTN.
There's nothing going on.
Oh.
We have clear traffic, really, 24, 65, 40. There's no delays this morning. Nobody's really due at work this morning except for me and you and the trash pickup people and some truckers.
Malinoff is here.
Malinoff is well, he's here, but he's nodding off. So there's that. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I think, Jeff, what Joan is trying to say is it's her goal to make you quit by the end of the shift. I think that's what it is.
I'm making texts at the moment, finding new jobs.
Yeah.
Jeff Malinoff is updating his LinkedIn. He's just changed it to open for work. I mean, it's the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's all right, Jeff. I see how it is. Weather
But
today.
we need you to just stick around for a little while. All right?
Till 9.
Yeah.
Low today of 46, low 46 today, a high of 60, cloudy, but no rain. And right now it's 5:17 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. That, Jeff, is when you're supposed to give me the temperature. But it's okay. Don't worry about me. Just keep...
It's written right there next to you.
The temperature? The temperature is always changing, Jeff.
Is it on his computer?
Yeah,
Is that
it
what you're
has it.
saying?
Yeah, okay.
Look at the bottom of your computer screen.
No, it's not. It's never there. Moving right along. Who cares? So you're talking about it's cold, but not nearly as cold as it's going to be come about January, like 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Have you seen the forecast coming up?
Yes.
Oh, we'll talk about that at 5:35. All right. So you're talking about Jimmy Carter and the audio that I so astutely played on Red Eye Radio.
Our nation's concern has been focused on our fellow Americans being held hostage in Iran. We have welcomed some of them home to their families and their friends. But we will not rest nor deviate from our efforts until all have been freed from their imprisonment and their abuse. We hold the government of Iran fully responsible for the well-being and the safe return of every single person.
Yeah, I mean, very seldom do you hear Joe Biden speak with authority on frankly, anything. But it didn't help because you had those 52 Americans held hostage by those militants in Iran. Carter couldn't negotiate a release until his last day in office. They were finally released on Ronald Reagan's first day in office, 444 days in captivity. One of the things, and we're going to talk about this, I'm packing a lot into 5:35, but Joan, do you remember the gas shortage lines?
Oh, I do. But listening to your story about doing homework in the car while you were waiting in line for gas, I mean, that's amazing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's amazing.
So we'll talk about that and a whole lot more. We're going to be back at about 5:25. Got a little 5-minute segment right before the news, and I'm going to open up the super text line. Haven't spoken to you folks in a while. Would love to hear from you. The super text line, I'm assuming we still have it. 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Got a lot more straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, what is coming up in the news?
Well, we're going to detail some more about the tributes for President Jimmy Carter at his passing this weekend. Also, there was a surprising end to a weekend Amber Alert. You may have gotten that alert on your phone this weekend. Wait till I tell you what actually happened in that situation. That's all coming up next.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
.525, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening, and thank you for all the belated birthday wishes. My birthday was the day after Christmas. 57 years old.
Gosh, how did you get that old?
Well, it beats the alternative, Joan.
Yes, this is true.
How did I get that old? I don't know. It wasn't really hard. I just aged. By the way, have you heard about the age waves?
Age waves?
Mm-hmm.
No.
All right, at 5:35, we'll talk about that.
Interesting.
We have like 10 things to talk about.
I know, right?
Listen, that segment of 5:35. Well, see, Joan, I'm trying to just get Jeff awake. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah. Is it working? Jeff, you there?
I'm here.
All right. So really quickly, because there is a lot of Jimmy Carter stuff. This is what we got to talk about this all day. By the way, I've asked Brian Wilson I've given him, 1 day of retirement. I've asked him to come on the show and see if he'll talk about Jimmy Carter. Brian has a great photograph of him on his Facebook page. A very young and svelte Brian Wilson interviewing Jimmy Carter. So I want to ask Brian if he can come on. He obviously covered Jimmy Carter and would like to see what his thoughts are on this day. But anyway, talking about the death of Carter, 100 years old, of course. And one of the things that he had asked, need some audio here, Jeff. One of the things that he was asked by Larry King is what he wanted his legacy to be.
Well, I kept our country at peace. You know, I never sent a soldier into battle. I never bombed anybody. I negotiated peace for other people, like in the Mideast and Zimbabwe. And I promoted human rights to the utmost of my ability. So if people 100 years from now remember me, I would like for them to connect peace and human rights to my name.
And I hate to tell him this, but I don't know if that's something that people really think about with Jimmy Carter. I understand he had the Israel-Egypt, peace accords, but I just think that people identify Jimmy Carter with the malaise, with the economy, with all of the things that went wrong during his presidency. And some of this stuff may not have even been his fault, but he was the president at the time.
It is a crisis of confidence. It is a crisis that strikes at the very heart and soul and spirit of our national will.
This is Jimmy Carter talking about how the failure of the economy under his watch was because of this crisis of confidence.
We can see this crisis in the growing doubt about the meaning of our own lives and in the loss of a unity of purpose for our nation. The erosion of our confidence in the future is threatening to destroy the social and the political fabric of America. The confidence that we have always had as a people is not simply some romantic dream or a proverb in a dusty book that we read just on the 4th of July. It is the idea which founded our nation and has guided our development as a people. Confidence in the future has supported everything else. Public institutions and private enterprise, our own families, and the very Constitution of the United States. Confidence has defined our course.
See, I listen to that, and I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, well, the reason why our nation's confidence was shaken was because you were the president. Because he didn't exactly exude a confidence. And we had just come out of Watergate, the massive inflation hits, the gas shortages, unemployment, and all the rest of what defines the era of Jimmy Carter. And so I think everybody's got their own takeaway from the 70s. By the way, I was like 10 years old when Carter became president. That wasn't even my political awakening didn't happen until way, way later. But I do remember some things about the Carter era. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is 5:30 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Residents in an East Nashville neighborhood woke up on Sunday morning to 11 cars having been broken into along Holly Street. Here's Channel 4's Brendan Tierney.
Shattered glass covered Holly Street this morning as Alyssa Butler returned home from visiting family over the holidays. Her car was one of many broken into in the Five Points area.
It made me feel peeved, you know? I want to come home and not worry about scoundrels in my car.
Alyssa says she's lucky the thieves didn't take anything, but they tore apart her glove box and left behind someone else's teal Starbucks wallet.
Like, this isn't a gift swap.
People in East Nashville spent the day covering their broken windows up with plastic bags and tarps.
Metro Police have not made any arrests so far. Well, you may have gotten an Amber Alert sent to your cell phone over the weekend. It was for a 2-year-old who was allegedly kidnapped along with a Ford Explorer in Knoxville. But police now believe that that boy's grandfather actually stopped briefly at the child's home and left the car running and in gear with the boy inside. The car appears to have rolled down several ravines and into a construction site where the car was found. The little boy was okay. Well, as the nation mourns the death of the longest living president, ABC's Andrew Dimbert reports on what Jimmy Carter was most proud
Carter
of.
considered his marriage to Rosalind his greatest accomplishment. The couple celebrated their 77th wedding anniversary last year before Rosalind passed away at the age of 96. Reflecting on his own death, Carter said his Christian faith is what brought him comfort. President Biden has ordered a state funeral in Washington, D.C. for Carter to be held on January 9th. His body will then be taken back to Georgia, where he'll be laid to rest beside a willow tree alongside Rosalind.
Jimmy Carter, of course, was 100 years old. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
We have no delays to speak of this morning and really no volume out there on the roadways. 24 looks just fine heading in. We have the same results for 65 and 40, so no problems heading in. And TDOT still, by the way, on that holiday, all the way through midnight tomorrow night, no additional construction sites, no additional lane closures, so things are moving pretty well through the Nashville area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here along with Jeff Malinoff. Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom.
The dust-encrusted news corner.
The dust-encrusted news corner. I miss the dust-encrusted news corner.
You could come back here and visit me.
That's all right. You know, it makes my allergies start flaring up every time I make that right into your dust-encrusted news area. So,
hey, let me ask you a question before you get started here. Have you ever done 23andMe? Have you ever spit into the vial and sent it off?
No, I have not ever spit into the vial and sent it off. I think that is...
Jeff, you?
It's it's expensive. Last time I checked, it was like $100 last time I checked, or something. It was expensive. So I was like, I am too poor for this.
So we got to explain what 23andMe is, and so you, I guess, is that what you do? You spit into a vial?
Yeah, and you send it off, and they evaluate your DNA, so they can tell you where what your origin, your history is. So you came 23% of your DNA is from Ireland,
right,
or wherever. So,
and then when you commit a crime, they've got your DNA on file, or when you knock up a girl. I mean, you're just
those are the two you thought of.
Yeah,
come right top of your head. Crime and knocking someone up.
I don't know about knocking someone up, but they have used it for crime to match people to crimes.
Right?
Yeah, because you allow that research. You either allow it or you say you cannot. You don't want it to be used for that purpose. But so the company in September, the entire board resigned. I don't think it's even trading on Wall Street anymore. I think the valuation of the company dipped so far that it was delisted. Also,
hey, when that happens, what?
Yeah. 12 million DNA kits have sold since 2006. So a lot of people are saying, hey, what happens now?
They're selling the DNA.
Well, they're not allowed to sell the DNA.
Yeah.
But people have opted when you sign up for the kit.
Yeah.
People have opted to allow their DNA to be used for research. So the company GlaxoSmithKline uses that to develop vaccines and treatments for certain diseases. Yeah. It gets really sticky, but there's 15 million people, and they're still selling kits. But the company's on the brink of collapse.
Well, and part of what happens, and I think maybe the reason why the company's on the brink of collapse is because you have situations where you put your stuff out there and then you might be connected to somebody else, because that's happened too, where it's like, okay, so my DNA actually matches me with some other dude over here.
Yeah.
And then you get caught up in all this kind of thing. I know. It was not my family, but I know somebody who went ahead and did the whole 23andMe thing.
Yeah.
Do you know how many families have been thrown asunder by 23andMe? Because it's like, wait a minute. How come, my brother matches you more than I do as far as my son goes? You know what I mean?
Well,
all kinds of crazy family things happen, or you realize that your DNA is different from your parents or whatever. That happens all the time, where people find out that, they're not the parent or whatever it is. I mean, that's happened a lot.
These situations where, say there's a serial killer and they are able to get the DNA of the serial killer, that the person they believe is a serial killer, they can match that to another family member partially, so that the DNA is not a perfect match, of course, but it's close enough that it's familial, that they can say that, oh, they're part of this family. Well,
yeah, it gets them on the track.
Yeah.
So
I think that's frightening.
Well, and of course, the other question is, okay, so what happens if somebody wants to pin something on you?
Yeah.
And let's say, an investigator or something, or somebody somehow gets your DNA and they want to plant it somewhere. I mean, there's those worries as well.
So all those questions are not new. The problem right now is that the company is virtually collapsing, and people's DNA is not protected by HIPAA laws, because this is not a medical use. This is a research use.
Right.
So it's not protected by HIPAA. So now what becomes of everybody's DNA? Who gets the DNA? And it's still not being talked about right now.
And I would want to know, okay, so if somebody gets it, what are they allowed to do with it?
Right, exactly. What rights do they get if they buy everybody's DNA?
What
clones.
Would they clones? Nobody
clones.
wants to clone me. Nobody wants the original me.
Well, did you use a 23andMe?
No.
Then they don't need. They are not going to use you. So
there is that.
Yeah. So they win.
There you go.
Just really crazy stuff right now.
All right,
thinking about this.
Joan Jones.
Yes, sir.
Because, Jeff, you can't relate to this because you're a young'un. I remember sitting in Jimmy Carter's gas lines with my parents. This happened. So we're in line. And because, when Jimmy Carter was president, we had the gas shortages.
Yeah.
I'm about 10, 11, whatever it is. Me and my brother are doing our homework. We're doing our homework in the back of Mom's car, right? It's a little Datsun. And we had to go to the bathroom.
Oh, man.
My mother was so angry with me. I'm like, and I started crying, right? I said, Mom, I'm sorry. I just, I have to go to the bathroom. You gave me a juice box. I don't know what to tell you. And that's a very early memory where she had to, she couldn't leave her car in the line because you remember you have to keep the car moving, sort of.
Yeah.
So she had to pull out of the line. She had to pull out of the line and find me a bathroom.
She must have been so mad at you.
She was.
Yeah.
She was ticked off. So, you remember the gas lines. And how old were you when the gas lines happened?
I was slightly older than you.
Slightly older than me. So
Yes.
You were probably 10, 11, 12, same thing.
Yeah.
Do you remember sitting in those gas lines?
I remember seeing the gas lines at the time. My dad was the only one who had a car in the family. So, we only had one car, and he took it to work and he drove home. But I remember him being out of the house extraordinarily long because he was sitting in gas lines.
Yep. There you go. Yeah. Or you had odd, like based on your license plate number.
Yeah.
You had odd and even, that kind of thing too. So where like
Yes, I
even
remember that.
days, if your license plate was ended with an odd number, you were on Monday, Wednesday, or Friday,
Yes.
even Tuesday, Thursday. You folks that are young, like Malinoff, you have no idea what we went through as children.
I lived in California. Gas was $5.50 my whole life.
Yeah, I know, but at least you got to buy it. We would have to sit in line for like an hour at least. It was awful.
But I had to live in California. I don't think you understand.
I grew up in California, so trust me when I do understand.
Which part of California?
Huh?
I grew up in the most liberal county in the state.
Which
they
one is
didn't
that?
vote for Reagan, dude.
Which one was that?
YOLO.
YOLO?
Yeah, YOLO County. You lived in California, you never heard of YOLO County?
No.
Northern
I
California,
lived once.
right next to Sacramento County. It's like the county adjacent.
No, I've never heard of that.
They didn't vote for Reagan.
Okay.
That's how liberal my hometown was.
All right. Very good. I wonder if they voted for Trump this time around.
I looked. It was like 10%.
1313 says, Mandis, no bottle available? No. No bottle was available at that time, sadly. And I said to my mom, My mom was like, can't you just like go into a bush? Now, when you're that age, you're not used to doing that outside yet. That's like an acquired thing that you get used to over time.
You get used to that?
False. You can do that instantly.
Yeah, I mean,
Guys can do that instantly.
Yeah, as a guy, I'm going to have to say, I peed everywhere.
Were you marking your spot? Like, what were you doing?
I had my favorite tree. Everyone has their favorite tree.
No, Jeff, they don't. Well, I never had a favorite tree to pee on.
Well, because you were too shy, apparently.
Well, when I was 10, yeah.
Did you grow up
At
in a
10, you're not
neighborhood, or-
shy. You had a weird childhood.
Okay, I want to make sure everyone understands. Jeff had a favorite tree to pee on.
Yeah.
But I am the one that had a weird childhood. I just want to make sure everybody got
you didn't
that.
go outside, apparently.
We had a bathroom. Apparently, they didn't have indoor plumbing in Yolo County. Joan, what'd you get for Christmas?
Oh, so this is kind of fun. My husband and I don't really exchange like incredible gifts anymore. You know, it's about the grandkids. So I got him golf tees, and he bought me a robe. So he bought it from. I love the company. He loves to buy stuff from LL Bean. So at one point while we were, my story is that before I began here, my husband and I were RVing around the country, right? Yeah. So at one point we were at my brother's home in Florida for a period of time, and my husband ordered something and had it sent to the Florida home. So he goes online and orders me this bathrobe for Christmas, and it ends up getting sent to my brother's home in Florida.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So that was the beginning of December. My brother sent it back to me, and it's still not here. It's in the USPS.
Oh, you'll never find it.
Oh, you'll never find it.
Okay, that's his fault for using USPS and not UPS.
Yeah.
There is that as well.
There is that.
All right, Jeff, what'd you get for Christmas?
I got a couple of things. I don't know if this is like an insult or not, but I got a water picker for like my teeth. You ever heard of those?
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, I got that, which I am actually I actually enjoy using. It's basically it's an easier way to floss.
Yeah.
So I actually am enjoying that. Someone did say in the comments, in the Yolo County in Davis, California, there was I remember this because I grew up there. I don't know why this guy knew that. Creepy. But anyways, they had a multi-million-dollar bridge made for frogs to go underneath the highway.
Okay.
Or underneath like little overpass we had so they wouldn't get run over. So millions of dollars in taxpayer money to make a frog bridge that they never used. They still got run over to this day. So that's my hometown for you.
Well, definitely with the frogs, Yolo County, you only live once. That is particularly
we were YOLO
true
before
for the,
YOLO was cool.
Particularly true for the frogs.
Yeah, but yeah, I got a water picker, and I also got a wallet. I got a new wallet, which is nice.
Very good. Very good.
It's the smaller ones.
Dan?
I got clothes.
Yeah?
Yep. And
like socks and a roll? What?
No, I got
underwear.
Amy got me some really cool T-shirts.
Oh, okay.
And I got a sweatshirt and just stuff.
Pants? Any good pants?
I did get pants.
Yeah,
actually.
Shoes?
No shoes.
I got golf shoes, which was cool. I got my own pair of golf shoes.
Nice.
So here's the great thing. Kind of like you, Joan. It's all about Riker, right?
Yeah, sure.
So we bought this kid a telescope. We bought this kid. I know he's spoiled. Don't judge me.
Yeah.
We bought him a telescope. We bought him like all kinds of stuff. At the last minute, we bought him like this little plane that it's like a wood little plane that you just you wind up the rubber band and you toss it.
That's what he liked the most,
It was
right?
like $8.
Yeah.
And he has not touched that damn telescope, but he's playing with this plane. He's playing with this plane ad nauseum.
This is like you buy the refrigerator and you give the kids the box.
That's exactly
They love
right.
it.
That is exactly right. So, which is fine, whatever. Eventually, he'll play with the telescope. It's all good. We thought that was going to be the big present that he was really going to love.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I know. And I can't get that plane to fly to save my life. But he loves it. He loves it. And okay. So
I think you posted a video of it on your Facebook page.
we did
right?
actually.
Yeah, I love
We
that.
went to Charlie Daniels Park.
Yeah.
And I
Not that I'm stalking you or anything.
2 hours, man.
2 hours
2
of
hours,
playing with the plane?
2 hours playing with that plane.
Love it.
I know. We had a great time.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, it was one of those. But it was a really good Christmas. I had a lot of good time off. I did the Red Eye Radio thing overnight, but it was really nice to be gone for a little bit from this building. No offense, but it's just nice to have a little bit of time off. I'm glad to be back, though. It is 5:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news at 6?
Well, we'll tell you about that time when President Carter and President Trump worked alongside each other. What occurred between those two men still to come here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hey, coming up after the news at 6, Don Lemon has an absolute breakdown. And I've got the audio coming up. Somebody may want to do a wellness check on Don Lemon. That is coming up after the news at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So Joe Biden last night talking about the death of Jimmy Carter, and a reporter asked a really loaded question about what Donald Trump could learn from Jimmy Carter.
President Trump take from President Carter?
Decency. 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 Everybody deserves a shot. Everybody.
I don't know, and first of all, it's kind of a visual too, because you know that really weird grin that he gets where it's like his teeth are too big for his mouth, whatever that is. It's like a Joker grin. So when he's saying the word decency, he's got that grin. And it looks really creepy. But here's the crazy thing about Joe Biden saying, what could Donald Trump learn from Jimmy Carter? And Joe Biden says decency. But here's the thing, is that when you look at what Joe Biden has done over the past 4 years, I'm sorry, what is it that Joe Biden said about Donald Trump and his supporters?
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
Right. So that doesn't sound... Can you imagine Jimmy Carter? I would say to Joe Biden, would Jimmy Carter ever say that about Ronald Reagan or his supporters? So when Joe Biden says, oh, well, Donald Trump could learn decency from Jimmy Carter, what could you, Joe Biden, learn from Jimmy Carter? I think I could say the same thing about you. Decency. Remember, I would say to Joe Biden, remember what you called Trump supporters as far as them being garbage?
The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
All right, so again, is it really Donald Trump that would learn decency from Jimmy Carter, or would it be you, Joe Biden? Here's one more.
But I'm serious. These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
Yeah, and that's not exactly Jimmy Carter-like. So when you have this really loaded question about what Donald Trump could learn from Jimmy Carter, I would have loved for somebody to ask Joe Biden the same question. And here's the thing. Jimmy Carter, love him or hate him, and there is a lot to love post-presidency. Jimmy Carter was all about honesty. Has there been anything that the Biden administration has been honest about literally since day one of their campaign, announcing their campaign? No. There's not been one thing that Joe Biden and the Democrats have been honest about. I mean, I could go through all the lies, and perhaps I will at some point, but we've got a lot more coming up. 6 o'clock, after the 6 o'clock news. Stay close. Don Lemon's absolutely epic breakdown. It is straight ahead on WTN.
Good morning, 6 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. 51 degrees now, a little on the cloudy side as well. We've got your forecast still to come here. Former President Jimmy Carter was surrounded by his family at his home in Plains, Georgia, in his final moments yesterday. That's how his family is remembering him today. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee posting a statement on X saying President Carter's work to serve extended far beyond his presidency, including projects with Habitat for Humanity here in Tennessee. In fact, Channel 4 spoke with Carter at that time about those projects in 2019.
We don't give away anything except love and affection, and care for one another. But they had to pay full price for the house and even put in hundreds of hours of work on a project like this.
Now, CNN is reporting that Carter was in touch with then President Donald Trump when his administration several times during Trump's first term in office. In 2018, Carter received a briefing on North Korea, said he'd be willing to travel to North Korea on the Trump administration's behalf. In 2019, Carter wrote Trump a letter on U.S.-China trade relations and spoke with him by phone. But it wasn't long before Carter called for a full investigation into alleged Russian interference in the 2016 election, eventually saying that Trump did not win the election. More on Carter's death all throughout the morning here on WTN. Other news of the day, a U.S. team of investigators is now heading to South Korea. They'll be there to help find the cause of a deadly airliner crash. All but 2 people on board that plane were killed.
Mourners are leaving flowers and candles at a memorial site in South Korea, set up after the deadly plane crash that killed nearly everyone on board. Video shows the Jeju Air flight arriving from Thailand with no landing gear deployed. The aircraft skids at high speed before plowing into a wall and bursting into flames. 179 people on board were killed. According to the flight data, 5 children under the age of 10 were on the flight.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Stocks head into another holiday-shortened week after a Friday filled with profit-taking. The Dow Jones ended the week with a 333-point loss to close back below 43,000. The S&P surrendered 1.1% Friday. The Nasdaq Composite 1.5%. Investors are looking past New Year's Eve and into the early days of 2025. The next round of monthly unemployment data is due out January 10th. 10 days later, President-elect Donald Trump will be inaugurated. Data on holiday retail reveals a split among Americans. Increased sales were largely driven by households making $100,000 or more. Lower-income Americans cut back spending, squeezed by higher prices for groceries and childcare. 2 family films dominated the holiday box office, with Sonic the Hedgehog 3 winning the 3-day weekend, but not by much. Paramount's Sonic earned $38 million, while Mufasa from ABC parent Disney brought in $37.1 million. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And stock futures are pointing all down this morning. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Yeah, really clear heading into Nashville on this day before New Year's. So really not a whole lot of traffic out there. We do have a heads up, though, because there is the Music City Bowl occurring today. Starting at kickoff is at 1:30. That's the Iowa Hawkeyes and Mizzou Tigers. So Nissan Stadium, that area around Nissan Stadium will be very busy, and it may be a place that you want to avoid today if you don't need to be there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. It's December 30th, and hope you're doing well. So Don Lemon, somebody might want to do a wellness check on the former CNN anchor. Listen, as much as I don't like Don Lemon, I actually did find this to be funny because it is so pathetically sad. Now, we've all been watching this whole H-1B visa thing where you've got, and I'm sure that everybody's been talking about this on WTN, so I don't have to reset the topic for you. But Republicans and conservatives, MAGA insiders and MAGA folks at large have been arguing over these H-1B visas. You have a lot of people who voted for Donald Trump who are really angry that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and others within the Trump camp are advocating for more of these H-1B visas. And so you've got MAGA supporters, Donald Trump supporters, who are angry about that because this program is full of fraud and is taking the jobs of American citizens as these companies bring in cheaper employees from places like India. And so because the Republicans are having a quite open conversation about all of this, Don Lemon decided to chime in.
You dumb idiots. Now you're just figuring this out. You're so stupid and you deserve it. You deserve it because you're so dumb. Jim, it's hypocrisy. So go with me here. Yes, I am gloating over your stupidity and how you were taken. I'm cackling in Kamala, says in Shanta. You have been co-opted because you're in a cult and you don't even realize it because you have stupid MAGA brain.
I mean, listen to this. This is Don Lemon. Now, listen, I've never pretended to like Don Lemon. Dude has no class. But I love how he's like, number one, he's like, you Trump supporters, you're in a MAGA cult. What would you call Trump derangement syndrome? Because it seems to me that if we were in this MAGA cult, then we wouldn't be arguing openly about the visa program. If we were in a cult, we would just, be nodding our heads and saying, yes, Donald Trump, whatever you say. We wouldn't be arguing about it. We would all just be complacent and do whatever, Trump and Elon and Vivek all said. But it's not a cult. We are a party, the conservatives, we are a party of free thinkers. But see, the bigger cult, at least to me, the bigger cult, you know who the bigger cult is? The bigger cult is those with, like Don Lemon, Trump derangement syndrome, TDS. That is a far, far bigger cult. And people like Don Lemon, they are so infused with TDS that they refuse to even acknowledge that their guy, Joe Biden, has been mentally unfit for office for 4 years. That's why when I saw this audio, when I saw this video from Don Lemon, as he's giddy about this very open and honest conversation amongst conservatives, I think he's missing the broader point. The broader point is, yeah, you know what? Donald Trump supporters, we are holding Donald Trump and Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk and all these folks accountable. And if we don't like what they're doing, it doesn't mean that we hate them, but it means that we have a conversation that we need to have, as opposed to the very cult-like Democrats who, quite frankly, they just do as they're told.
And you don't get it. How stupid and dumb are you? And I'm just going to I can't wait to go through this. Okay. So I'm going to read this again. So Krishnan's appointment triggered an anti-Indian backlash on social media, particularly given his past advocacy for increasing green cards and immigration broadly. Oh, no, immigration. We can't do the immigration because, the immigration, it triggers some people. You know what they're saying about the anti-immigrant stuff, right?
No, I know what you're saying about the anti-immigrant stuff. This isn't about immigrants, you jackhole. It's not about immigrants. It's not about illegal immigration. It's about American workers being fired so that people can come in here from other countries at a cheaper rate. It's about putting the American people last. That's what this is about. But you see, because people like Don Lemon and the Democrats, they have like this default, like computers. You have like this default setting. And so the Democrats, they have this default setting where it's like everything is racist. If they can try to somehow pin racism on a Republican or a conservative, then that's what they're going to try to do. It's their default setting. And yeah, I did. I said Democrats.
Who's in to say that one of the jobs you might be seeking won't be one of those white jobs? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I think he's ready for like a straitjacket. Is that what they call him, a straitjacket? He doesn't get, Don Lemon doesn't get that this is a discussion that Trump supporters are having about the H-1B visas. And my 2 cents on all of this is America now knows more about this scam that is the H-1B visa program than ever before. And if Trump gets in, he's going to fix the problem. And then, guess what? Problem solved. But for him to sit here and say, oh, the Trump supporters, it's like a cult. It's not even close to being a cult. And by the way, there was a lot of conversation about this over the weekend. Do you hear about this? So first of all, I'm going to say this about Elon Musk. Dude's got a lot to learn. And I like Elon Musk. I do. But you don't go around telling the people that put your guy in office to go F yourself. But that's what Elon did. Elon fighting with Donald Trump supporters, and he's saying, hey, the Donald Trump supporters are pointing out these visas take the place of American workers. This is what Elon Musk tweeted. The reason I'm in America, along with so many critical people who built SpaceX and Tesla and hundreds of other companies that made America strong, is because of H-1B. Take a big step back and blank yourself in the face. That's what Elon Musk says. I will go to war on this issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend. And I would say to Elon Musk, that's what Democrats do. Democrats are the ones, listen to Don Lemon. I just played you the audio. Don't make me play it again. But that's what Democrats do. They threaten and they insult. Now, I realize that Elon Musk, he was a Democrat. But see, I would tell Elon Musk that Republicans and conservatives, we're actually about dialogue and solutions. Fox News also reports that Elon Musk referred to some people within the GOP as hateful, unrepentant racists. So for me, when I listen to Elon Musk and I read the tweets and all this, with all due respect to Elon, this isn't about racism. It's like, okay, so are you taking the side now of Don Lemon? I hope not. But finally, somebody got to Elon Musk, and they pointed out a few things that I think Elon finally now understands. Details straight ahead, 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. 6:15 on Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today, a low of 46, high of 60, and cloudy but no rain. Right now, 47 degrees at Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Steve Bannon calls HB1 a scam, among many other things, as a matter of fact. Here's what Elon tweeted out. Again, I think that somebody got to them. I think that somebody got to Elon. Vivek Ramaswamy, by the way, has been really quiet since he basically bashed America and said, although there was some truth to what Vivek Ramaswamy said about the culture here in America where we do value the wrong things. But here's what Elon tweeted out. I've always liked the visas. I've always been in favor of the visas. That's why we have them. He says Trump by phone, referring to the H-1B program, which permits companies to hire foreign workers in specialty occupations. And so that was Donald Trump talking about the visa program, and he told that to the New York Post. The interesting thing about that comment is that they looked into Trump's properties, and they're like, he doesn't have any of these particular visas, the H-1B visas. He doesn't have any, they say. Now, I don't know. There seems to be some confusion there, but Trump did come out and he did say that he was in favor of these visas. But Elon on Twitter, aside from go blank yourself, finally said this. The problems with these visas are easily fixed by raising the minimum salary significantly and adding a yearly cost for maintaining the H-1B, making it materially more expensive to hire from overseas than domestically. He says, I've been very clear that the program is broken and needs major reform. Okay, well, why didn't you say that in the first place instead of telling people to go blank themselves? I mean, this issue is not hard. I mean, it's really not. You limit the number of H-1B visas. You raise that minimum salary significantly. You make it harder to use foreign employees than American employees. And sure, add some regulations to it as well and some fees. You see, it shouldn't be easy to bypass American workers. It shouldn't be easy to fire American workers. And let's all be honest. The other thing that was so frustrating about this whole thing, as we've been watching this whole thing play out, is that Elon and Vivek and David Sachs and these other people, you know, they're really trying to make the case that the H-1B visa program is for those really, really smart people, the exceptional people. Well, you know, that's actually a separate visa. They have a special visa for exceptional people. But you see, Elon and the rest of them, they're trying to make the point that the H-1B visas are for the exceptional people. No. It has been clearly proven that there is fraud, that there's a lot of people coming into this country on this visa program, and they're not exceptional. You know what they are? Cheaper than American workers. Eric Schmidt was a leading voice. He is a senator, and he was a leading voice calling for reforms of these H-1B visas. He was on Fox News the other day.
The American workers have been left behind by this economy. Many factory jobs have been sent overseas, and I think the abuses of the H-1B program have been evident, where you have sort of the sons and daughters of those factory workers who lost their jobs, got white-collar jobs as accountants, and they're, you know, training their replacements, the foreign workers who are undercutting their wages. So I think the solution here, President Trump has actually articulated as 2020, is to reform that system and you know, get rid of the abuses, make it merit-based, and make sure that we're not undercutting wages and having, you know, Americans replace or train their foreign replacements.
Yeah, that was the other part of the horrible, horrible story is we've heard those instances where companies bring in these Indian workers and then our citizens are forced to train them. And if they don't train them, then guess what happens? They don't get their severance. It really is awful. And by the way, Senator Schmidt had a couple of other really good things to say. I've got that audio for you. And by the way, what can we expect from Donald Trump on this very issue when he gets into office? Details straight ahead. It is 6:21 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news at 6:30?
So we'll tell you where you can go if you'd like to sign on to a memorial for President Jimmy Carter, who passed away yesterday at the age of 100. That's coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Big news for my friends at DT McCall's. They are still in the middle of that sales tax-free sale for gun safes. And so if you've been looking for a gun safe right now at DT McCall's, they are sales tax-free. Now, you know, DT McCall's, they are the largest Liberty Safe dealer here in the state of Tennessee. Well, it's because of that free delivery and setup, of course. Now, other places are going to charge you $500 at least for delivery and setup in bigger models and $300 for smaller models, but not at DT McCall & Sons, no. They deliver every safe for free every time, period, and no setup charge either. So check them out online. It's dtmccalls.com. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Again, always online. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. dtmccalls.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
627, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you are doing well. By the way, Matthew Hurt is going to be joining us coming up at about 6:36 here on Nashville's Morning News. There's some really big news that happened in Washington, D.C. over the weekend. We're going to talk about that with Matthew coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So going over this whole H-1B debacle, Eric Schmidt, he's a senator, leading voice calling for reforms of these H-1B visas. He was on Fox News, and everybody's talking about Donald Trump and what Donald Trump is going to do when he comes into office regarding these visas. Because he's, in the past, Trump has put restrictions on these visas. But here's the thing, and we're going to get into the restrictions, but they were common sense restrictions meant to fix the problem. That's what Donald Trump wanted to do. Part of the issue with these visas, by the way, is the people that come in here, if they're from India and they have a salary stated of $80,000, there's some of these guys and some of these people that are not making the stated salary. They're making less, and the problem that they have is that they want to stay in America. So they're not willing to push back against these companies because they're afraid that the companies will say, bye, go back to India. And so for, people who are utilizing these visas, this is something that, at least for them, they're kind of stuck. Need some audio, if I could. This is Eric Schmidt.
Well, I think there's been a lot of abuse, and that's what's driving a lot of this discussion right now, is the abuse that's happened with this, where you see qualified Americans being denied a lot of these jobs because a company can go out and hire cheaper labor from a foreign country, right? That is really the abuse. And so the reforms that President Trump put forward in 2020, which, by the way, were canceled by Joe Biden, had to do with, right now it's a lottery. There's really no merit to this. It's just a lottery. So you see companies trying to game the system, IT companies sometimes putting 30,000 applications in, hoping to get 10,000 from a random lottery. That is a system I think that needs to be reformed. President Trump's talked about that. And then also undercutting wages by bringing in somebody, under a loophole, for example. You can't have it be the same employer, but it's a consulting firm.
Yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of loopholes right now within this system. But it's not hard, and Donald Trump was on the right track. I'd be willing to bet that Trump is going to do this. Limit the number of H-1B visas when he comes into office. Raise that minimum salary significantly, like Elon said. Make it hard to usurp American employees. Make it far harder. And yes, add some regulations as well as some fees too. That's what Donald Trump needs to do. That's what he should do. We'll see what he does come January 20th. It is 6:31 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 6:30 here, and I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. 51 degrees and partly cloudy right now. The funeral in Washington for former President Jimmy Carter is scheduled for January 9th. President Biden has also declared January 9th as a national day of mourning.
A moment of silence before the Washington Commanders game outside D.C. New York's Empire State Building lit up in red, white, and blue. The flag atop the White House lowered to half staff.
This is a sad day.
President Biden, vacationing in St. Croix, remembered his longtime colleague and friend and reflected on his legacy.
Jimmy Carter lived a life measured not by words, but by his deeds. He forged peace, advanced civil rights, human rights, promoted free and fair elections around the world.
My name is Jimmy Carter, and I'm running for president.
Biden, then a senator, was the first politician outside Georgia to endorse Jimmy Carter's bid for president in 1976.
That is NBC's Chris Pallone. Now, here in Nashville, anyone wishing to do so can sign a memorial that's available at Habitat for Humanity's Restore on Harding Place. That store's normal hours are Tuesday through Saturday, 9 to 5. It's not clear, though, how the New Year's holiday will affect their hours. Well, the people of South Texas will close out 2024 dealing with the devastation left by a rare winter tornado. It was one of at least 50 twisters reported across 7 states over the weekend.
The Alvin tornado first struck Brazoria County, where this man thought it was a typical thunderstorm until
it was so loud and intense.
The twister then crashed into Alvin, tearing up homes, knocking out power, and taking the life of 47-year-old Jamie Brown, wife to Staffney Brown.
I'm devastated. I don't know what else to do. I mean, I can't do nothing but pick up and go on.
The same tornado outbreak killed 2 people in Mississippi and 1 in North Carolina. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
Now that's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Looks like some touch and go traffic on Murfreesboro Pike south of 24, but otherwise we're not looking at big delays at all on 24, and 40 looks pretty good this morning, even out at the airport, and no problems on 65 heading into the city. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:37 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here, president and accounted for, along with Joan Jones. Matthew Hurt is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Good morning, Matthew. I hope you are doing well, and I trust that you had a fine Christmas. Let's get to the business at hand, the death of Jimmy Carter. Now, he's 100 years old, and one of the things that I've noticed is that the media kind of glossing over, and I don't know what's appropriate. Joan and I were talking about this earlier. I mean, we're not 24 hours into the death of Jimmy Carter, but I mean, his presidency was a train wreck. I don't think there's any other way to describe his presidency, but I think that was softened by his post-presidential life, which was perfection.
Dan, I think that most Americans can agree that Jimmy Carter was a statesman. His service in the Georgia legislature through the governorship and into the presidency, I believe that he came from a generation of Americans who believed in America's greatness. Now, that did not play out very well in his presidency. But as you've said, in his post-presidential life, he stepped up further to do what Americans believe is right in the civic space, what we think is important to do outside of government, helping build homes for Habitat for Humanity, engaged in other nonprofit and charitable efforts. And that's fantastic. More Americans should engage in that kind of activity. And we can be grateful for former President Carter's service, and we can wish his family well, and we can take a critical eye to some of the outcomes of his presidential administration. But, my thoughts and prayers today are with the Carter family and the people of Georgia who he served for a long time.
One of the interesting things, Jimmy Carter and Joe Biden have something in common. Jimmy Carter, his one term in office didn't go well, and that led us to Ronald Reagan. Joe Biden didn't go well, one term in office, and that leads us to Donald Trump. So, in other words, it seems to me like those two have that in common, and also the fact that both Joe Biden and Jimmy Carter, I think Biden was worse than Carter, clearly, at least in my opinion, but they seem to have a couple of things in common. They both led to what I believe will be as far as Donald Trump goes, a really good second term in office. And Jimmy Carter led us to, all that Ronald Reagan entailed, including the Reagan Revolution.
Dan, you make an excellent point. Carter did bring us 8 years of Reagan, and Joe Biden is going to bring us, or is bringing us, at least 4 years of Donald Trump and whatever comes next from the America First and Make America Great Again movement. But we could also say, Dan, that on the way out, and with all due respect to President Carter and Joe Biden, both operating on about the same mental capacity in the waning days of this administration.
I guess when you talk about, and we'll shift to Joe Biden here, I found it interesting. There was a panel on CNN. In fact, I'm going to play it. Can I get some audio here? Where a woman named Karen Finney, she's a Democrat, and she doesn't want to talk about the failures of Joe Biden. They're talking about already the legacy of Joe Biden in his 4 years in office. And this is what Karen Finney had to say.
Look, I think in the longer term, we will remember that this is a president and vice president who helped us come back from the brink during COVID, when people were dying by the hundreds of thousands on a daily basis, and we were in our homes, and companies and small businesses were falling off a cliff. And he helped to get vaccines, get us out of our homes, get us back to work.
I'm listening to that. And first of all, we're already headed back to work. That's number one. Number two, the vaccines were already manufactured by Donald Trump. Whether that's a good thing or bad thing is another debate for another time. But I could just tell that the Democrats on this panel were really having a hard time coming up with anything good that we've seen out of Biden in the last 4 years. Now, wait, hold on. Everybody stop. Where's Matthew?
Hey, Dan.
There you are. Yeah, go ahead.
Dan, this is an absolute rewrite of political history, and this infuriates me, actually, because I've seen businesses and entrepreneurs go under. I've seen members of the community be targeted by Democrats and progressives who sought to shut down our economy. This is absolutely outrageous, and I think it's something that the American people have forgotten, and we need to remind them. And so anytime I get an opportunity to talk about the COVID pandemic and the shutdown and the lockdowns and the unconstitutional abuses of power, this is absolutely outrageous. The American people will not remember the Biden administration for a resurgence post-COVID, and it is a baloney talking point that the Democrats hope that they can, sneak in an Orwellian fashion. It's absolutely outrageous. And as soon as you played that clip, my blood started to boil.
One of the things that I thought was interesting in this panel, because I'm obsessing over it for a number of different reasons, but one of the things that I thought was interesting was you had Scott Jennings and Bakari Sellers. Now, Jennings is talking about how much of a disgrace Joe Biden is and his administration is. And I want to play this. Then I'm going to play for you the audio from Bakari Sellers and his response. But listen.
I think he's going to leave office in disgrace. The Hunter Biden pardon was disgraceful. He's going to be remembered largely for inflation and for the disastrous Afghanistan pullout. And I think as we continue to, we're just getting the first draft of this now, but as we continue to learn about the massive cover-up that went on, not about his health, but about his mental acuity, to cover that up, the efforts that were undertaken by the White House staff, by his family, not in the last couple of months, but for all 4 years, I think it's going to be a really ugly chapter. It's a diminished presidency because of it. And I think we still don't know the full extent of what they did to try to hide what they've been doing over in the West Wing.
So I think leaving in disgrace is when you have an insurrection at the Capitol. Like, that's leaving in disgrace. Being impeached twice is leaving in disgrace. So that's a difference.
That is Bakari Sellers. Matthew, I cannot wait to get your response to that after the traffic at 6:45 on WTN. .45 Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather for today, cloudy but no rain and a high of 60 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Matthew Hurt, our grassroots political analyst, is joining us. And Matthew, I did find it funny. Now, for people who don't know, Bakari Sellers is a Democrat operative, right? He's on CNN. He's a panelist on CNN, and you had Scott Jennings and many, many millions of other people saying that Joe Biden's administration, especially the cover-up of Joe Biden's mental acuity, is a disgrace and a national scandal. And this was Bakari Sellers' answer to that.
I think leaving in disgrace is when you have an insurrection at the Capitol. Like, that's leaving in disgrace. Being impeached twice is leaving in disgrace. So that's a difference.
I got to ask Matthew Hurt, is this like the new "you're a racist"? Where it's like, if they don't have any answer to the accusations that are being made about the Biden administration, they're just going to throw up January 6th as like a Hail Mary?
2 points here, Dan. The first point is all I wanted for Christmas was 10 more Scott Jennings on national television. He has been a fantastic spokesman for the Trump campaign and conservative principles on national TV. The second point here is we saw in the lead up to the election on MSNBC that the American people did not care about what happened on January 6th at the Capitol, that thousands of people who showed up at the Capitol were, in fact, peaceful protesters. Were there some bad actors? Yes. Is it very clear that some of the folks in the crowd were somehow connected to federal law enforcement? Yes. I do not think that most Americans who are trying to make the mortgage, who are trying to save for retirement, who are trying to put their kids in schools that don't brainwash them with left-wing ideology, do not care about the events of January 6th, and we want to move forward to make America great. And so this is a desperate Democrat talking point that works on stage at CNN and MSNBC, and it does not play out in any American household in this country.
Let me ask. So a couple of things, just random, maybe not connected questions, but Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, of course, he is in for, I believe, a political fight. Some people are saying that he will be the Speaker of the House. Others saying not so much. He's got a lot of defections already amongst the Republicans in the House of Representatives. What do you think is going to happen there?
Dan, you mentioned something like this in the last segment where the Republican Party plays out these policy disagreements fairly publicly. The Republican Party is the only party in the United States that tolerates ideological diversity, and sometimes that plays out in process elections in Washington. I've been out of Washington for about 2 weeks. It's been fantastic to get out of the swamp. I haven't followed much of the speaker's race. I suspect, whatever happens in the first couple of weeks in January, we'll have a leadership that is nominally aligned with Donald Trump, but it is going to take grassroots activists to stay engaged and involved. And we have seen that over the last few weeks on a number of policy conversations that have taken place on social media and in the headlines, that the first step was reelecting Donald Trump. The second step for people who voted for Donald Trump in November is to make sure that our elected leaders are listening to us. And that means calls, emails, letters, and showing up at political events. And so I'm not sure what's going to happen in January on this, but I am confident that the American people are now clued in and plugged in on important policy things like this in D.C.
One of the things I find interesting is that we're talking about earlier, the Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, and they're all fighting over the H-1B visa controversy. What I find interesting, though, Trump seems to be in a somewhat of a precarious position because he's got his supporters, by and large, that are against H-1B visas, but you've got his inner circle, which is Vivek, Elon Musk, David Sachs, where they are for these H-1B visas. And so Trump is sort of in the middle between the millions of people that supported him who are against it and the people who helped him get elected that are for these visas. So it's going to be interesting to watch Trump as he tries to navigate this.
Dan, I think that some of the elements of this conversation, is there fraud in the system? Yes. I know personally, anecdotally, that there are bad actors, particularly in India, who file thousands and thousands of visa requests in this lottery process. But I can also tell you that H-1B visa holders, many of them are highly skilled and qualified, and they go largely into the tech sector. And just from the data that I have access to, these are by and large not people who are being severely undercut in their salaries. There are a number of facts and figures that are being thrown out. I'm a little skeptical about some of the hardline opposition to H-1B visas, but I'm also skeptical of the throw open the doors and let everyone in. There's clearly fraud and abuse, but some of this narrative is once folks move to the country and they get a taste of what the American dream is, we know that first generation, second generation Americans very quickly acclimate to American culture, and in fact, oftentimes become even more pro-oriented toward the Constitution and the American dream than many others.
All right, Matthew Hurd, always great to have you on. It is 6:51 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news, running late. What's coming up at 7?
Well, he was the oldest living president. The nation bids farewell to former President Jimmy Carter. Also, an Ohio teacher visited Nashville, and then she got fired from her job. We'll tell you what happened there. Those stories coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Learn from this teacher's mistakes.
Yeah.
What a dodo brain. All right, 6:51 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. Spend time where it matters most this holiday season and sell your home fast with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Now, don't worry about showings or open houses or spending money on costly repairs. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate allows you to bypass the market, receive an all-cash offer, and close in as little as 21 days. Now, one of their clients, Tom, said Mark Spain Real Estate sold my home quickly and for more money than we expected. The entire process was easy and stress-free. Tom says, I highly recommend Mark Spain Real Estate, and by the way, so do I. Now, if you're looking for a hassle-free experience like Tom's that makes you the most money. My friends at Mark Spain Real Estate make selling your home simple. With over 12,500 five-star reviews, Mark Spain Real Estate knows what matters most, a quick sale and maximum profit. Selling your home is one of the biggest financial decisions you're ever going to make. Do it with Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home with confidence. 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD, markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck. .657, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Dan Mandis here. The Super Text line is open, by the way. 615-737-9986. 615-737-WWTN. It is so nice to be back here at the dust-encrusted studios of Super Talk 99.7.
You can't steal my thunder.
Oh, yes, I can. I'm the host.
Okay.
Have you seen the phone console in here?
Right, I see.
It is.
Yeah.
It is indeed dust encrusted. I could actually post a photograph of the phone bank, and and prove how dust encrusted it actually is.
We actually have a piece of dust that is, I would call it about 2 inches long. And Ken and I have named it Harry.
Do you really?
Yeah. Yeah.
You've got to post that. You got to post. Will you send me the photo and I'll post it?
Yeah.
Unless you guys have already done it. Because I think that'd be funnier than I'll get out.
Yeah, his name is Harry.
Okay. You know what? That's our Nashville's Morning News mascot.
Yes, he is a mascot. He's very quiet. We like that.
Yes, we do around here. Well, unless the mics are on. All right. Thank you, Joan. Jasmine Crockett is making the rounds on CNN and MSNBC. And, you know, the Democrats, they really have nowhere to go right now. They, as everyone knows, and this has been a big topic of conversation, they are a party in peril. And so she's on MSNBC, and they're talking about Donald Trump. Listen to this.
I don't know. I mean, it is crazy that this guy is about to walk into the White House for a second time. And again, I kept saying on the campaign trail, this guy doesn't know who our friends are. Now, I can tell you that he loves to pal around with Putin, and we know that Putin has decided that he wants to bring back the former coalition that they used to have, and that's why he went into Ukraine. I am here to say that we've got to have really good people around Trump. And right now, the people he's picking are not the best people, because somebody needs to explain to him in a very elementary way why we don't go after our friends, why we don't start wars. And honestly, that.
Listen to all of the things that she said that apply to Biden. We don't start wars. Really? Because it seems to me like when Joe Biden decided to allow Iran to sell oil to China, that meant that they had the funds to give to Hamas so that they could attack Israel. That was Joe Biden starting wars. We could also talk about the failed pullout of Afghanistan that essentially gave Vladimir Putin the permission, the emboldening of Putin to go into Ukraine. I mean, the lack of self-awareness of these Democrats, OMG and LOL, I'm facepalming all over the place. It is 6:59 coming up on 7 o'clock on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. News with Joan Jones is coming up. Say good morning, won't you? The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Got a lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 7 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're at 51 degrees, holding steady there and mostly cloudy skies. Tributes for former President Jimmy Carter celebrating his life and mourning his loss Sunday at the age of 100. The oldest former U.S. president ever.
Carter's one term in office was defined by foreign policy. He brokered a historic peace deal between Israel and Egypt, but a crisis in the Middle East played a role in his political undoing. In 1979, 52 Americans were taken hostage in the U.S. Embassy in Iran. In 1980, Carter would lose to Ronald Reagan in a landslide. Just minutes after leaving office, the hostages were released. After leaving the White House, Carter launched what is often regarded as one of the most impactful post-presidential careers in history, establishing the Carter Center, sponsoring programs to promote human rights around the world.
That's ABC's Andrew Dimbert reporting. Now, despite his presidency being marred by runaway inflation and energy crisis and that hostage-taking crisis in Iran, most Americans did believe that Carter was an honest and religiously devoted man. Gallup put his approval rating at 70% during his presidency. A convicted felon was rearrested early yesterday for allegedly making death threats against a judge. Michael Wortham is accused of posting the messages on Facebook in May. They're believed to be related to an unfavorable custody decision. Wortham lived in Arkansas, but Metro Nashville police used license plate readers to spot him driving toward Nashville. He He was arrested while sleeping in his vehicle in Davidson County yesterday. Well, the new year almost here now, and it is crunch time for Times Square organizers. Stages and guardrails are already in place. Now the final preparations for New Year's Eve celebrations are underway. ABC's Megan Medji reports from Times Square.
It is going to be a party to remember, saying goodbye to 2024, hello to 2025. Security will be in place. The city hasn't received any credible threats. NYPD will be ready for protests, including those targeting the Israel-Hamas war. The department is also on high alert after a vehicle crashed through a holiday market in Germany earlier this month, as mass gatherings continue to attract would-be attackers.
And finally, an Ohio teacher who was fired after she called out sick so she could go to a concert in Nashville is suing her school system. That's because she was fired for misusing her sick time. And Eileen Washburn said she did get a sick note from a doctor. Now her lawyers are saying that she was wrongfully terminated. Now, we don't know which concert she attended, but during that time she claimed sickness. Drake and J. Cole were performing at the Bridgestone Arena.
Here's what I don't get.
Yeah.
She posted it on social media.
Yeah, so what did she think she was going to, she posted it, so why did she think she was not going to get fired?
She deserves to be fired just because of stupidity.
Yeah, but her defense is also partially everybody else did it because she went with a bunch of teacher friends and they didn't get fired. Yeah, it's crazy. And that is
wait, hold on. So her teacher friend, they had a big teacher sick out?
Apparently, yeah.
And all these teachers went to the concert.
It wasn't clear from the article that I read that they were all within the same district. Maybe they were teachers from other districts. I don't know. But she's the only one that got fired, and that was her complaint. Hey, everybody else did it, so I should be able to do it too.
She's been hanging out with like 13-year-olds too much because that's
long.
Exactly what teenagers say.
Yes, they sure would. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got to back up on Highway 31 after Chestnut Street or Edge Hill Avenue. Not really sure what that backup is about this morning. Could be some heavy volume. We really don't have any heavy volume on 24 this morning. Things are looking great on 65 as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:06 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Joan Jones here, Jeff Malinoff as well. Joan, I want to try something a little different.
Okay. Oh, boy.
I know, right?
This frightens me, but go ahead.
Malinoff, take the phones off hold. I want to take phone calls on this topic.
Okay.
Who's right? This is the headline. Furious IHOP employee reveals the reason why she was fired and says, I would do it again.
Ooh.
Victoria Hughes, an IHOP waitress, was working at a Florida IHOP when a homeless man walked in and said that he was hungry. So she gave him a big old stack of pancakes and a cup of water. Came in a second time with a family. Same thing happened. The manager told her, don't do this because what's going to happen is you're going to cause a vagrant problem. Because now what's going to happen is all these homeless people are going to find out that you're giving away free pancakes. And she got fired. So the corporate office there in Florida found out what happened, and they gave her job back in a different IHOP. And she got her job back, and they're doing all kinds of nice things because I think they were afraid of the
black eye.
The black eye.
Yeah.
But here's the question, though, and I want to know what people think. 615-737-9986. I remember the last time I went to L.A., one of my favorite In-N-Outs, it had all these homeless people that were congregating around. And part of the problem, and I noticed when I was there, is that some of the homeless people were just walking in and getting free hamburgers.
Yeah.
And I'm here to tell you that when you walked in to this particular In-N-Out, it didn't smell of wonderful, yummy French fries. It smelled like homeless people. And so the point is, and if you don't know what homeless people smell like, it's not good. What happened is they were giving away, in my opinion, free hamburgers and free food. You do it for one, and then all the homeless people, right? They get on their cell phones and they start texting everyone, hey, free food at IHOP, free food at In-N-Out. And all of a sudden, you are besieged with homeless people asking for free food or demanding free food.
These homeless people have phones?
Oh, young Jeff.
Have you not heard of the
I know,
Obama program?
I know.
Yeah.
But it just, in my head, I'm just like, that sentence of homeless people texting their friends.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
It shouldn't make sense.
So I want to take some calls, 615-737-9986, because I read this story and the IHOP manager was made out to be the jerk. And I read that story and I thought, wait a minute, I totally understand, based on my experience, why it is that the IHOP manager did not want her to give food to the homeless people.
She had options. She could have paid for it herself.
She could have paid for it herself.
Yeah.
And I hate to say it like this, and I'm going to sound like a big jerk, but you know what happens when you feed a bunch of homeless cats? They come to your house, right? I had a neighbor that did that, drove me nuts. My entire neighborhood was crawling with cats. And so, and listen, I'm putting myself out there because I know, Joan, you can be honest with me, I sound like a big old jerk right now.
I don't think so. Because
No,
I think that there
I
were
got your back on
other
this.
options as well, including that if the restaurant was so concerned about it, they could have taken this should be done anyway. They could take whatever's left over at the end of the night that would spoil, that they're not going to use anyway.
Yep.
Take it to a place, a shelter, a place that feeds people, and donate it.
Yeah.
That's the reasonable way to do these things.
They won't do that, though, and I forget the reason why. I think it has something to do, if I remember right, restaurants can't do that because of restaurant-like regulations.
Yeah, there's a health code.
The health code. That's exactly right, Malinoff. So who's right? The You know, the waitress is the one that looks like the hero here.
Yeah.
But to me, I totally understand what the manager was saying. You feed one, you're going to get a whole bunch more. And I know that because I saw one of my favorite In-N-Outs when I was in L.A. the last time, and there were homeless people all around. And it completely ruins the environment. 615-737-9986. Malik is on line one. Hey, Malik, what do you think?
Hey, Dan, this is Malik, actually. I love your show.
Thank you.
And this is horrible. You know what? Stop feeding people that are homeless. It's horrible. She should have thought about it. I would have fired her. I would have never brought her back. She's not the hero. She's a loser. I love your show, Mr. Mandis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Malik. I appreciate that. All right, so Calvin is on line 2 in Lebanon. Now, Calvin, I'm not sure if you noticed, but Malika paid me a whole lot of compliments, and so the pressure's on, my man.
Yeah. Well, Dan, I just want to say this. It's tough having a heart. I've got a heart. I'm working for a guy up here off of the square of Murfreesboro since July of this year. And I'm painting outsides, and there's a lot of homeless. I'm up here by the greenhouse ministries and everything, so I've got homeless past me all day. Now, I'll be honest, I've only had 2 women, Teresa and, God, I can't think of the other one's name right now, that's asked me for money. All the homeless that pass me, there's only 2 that's asked me for money, and they keep coming back. Now, I have a heart. I've given between them 2 people since July probably $250. Which is not a lot of money, but when you're talking about a business opening their doors and you giving their money, their food to the homeless, you can't do that. It's great to have a heart. The waitress could have paid for it out of her pocket. You can't be giving I have a heart. I give my money away. I can't give a business's money away, so that's a no-no right there. So.
Yeah, and remember, Calvin, that the manager's point was that he was afraid that it would attract a lot of other homeless people, thereby making, let's be honest, I mean, when you have a lot of homeless people around and you have them hanging out outside, they're hitting people up for money, it is bad for business. And I realize that for a lot of people, and like you, Calvin, you've got a big heart, and I absolutely love that. I do. Right. But at the same time, from a business perspective, from a business standpoint, you want a nice, inviting environment for your paying customers. Exactly. And so that is why the manager told her, the waitress, not to feed the homeless. More of your calls coming up, 615-737-9986. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. Today, a high of 60, cloudy, no rain. Right now, 47 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Taking calls, asking the question. A waitress at a Florida IHOP gave pancakes, free pancakes, to a homeless person who literally walked in and said that he was hungry. She gave him the pancakes. He came back a second time, and she did the same thing a second time. The manager told her not to do it because the worry was that it would invite a whole bunch of other homeless people to the IHOP, and that would destroy the environment. So IHOP finds out about this, and they end up hiring her back and putting her at a different IHOP. She says, I would do the same thing again. And everybody's making this out to be like the manager is the big jerk here. To me, I understand what the manager was thinking. Because when I was in L.A., and I saw this, and I lived in L.A. for a long time, friends, and I also lived in New York, where when you start feeding the homeless, a whole bunch more come. And so the manager is being made out to be the jerk, but I think the manager was actually in the right. But what do you think? 615-737-9986. Cindy is in Manchester on WTN. Hey, Cindy.
Hey, Dan. Hey, so
if she was giving away free food, I mean, it's not her food to give away. What's the difference if a homeless person walking in Walmart and saying I'm cold and then going and getting a blanket and giving it to him? I mean, that's, unless you're paying for it, that's basically stealing from the company. So where would it stop?
Well, you're right. And the bottom line is if the manager tells you not to do it, then don't do it. And the thing is, she says that she would do it again. So I think if you look at this without all the heart-tugging emotion and you just look at it from the standpoint of a business and how a business has to really work hard to preserve its environment, then it seems to me like an obvious choice. And I very much appreciate the call, Cindy. This is Ethan calling from Dixon on WTN. Hey, Ethan.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Go ahead, sir.
So I'd like to give an opinion on the other end of things. So I was homeless.
Okay.
Actually, as a matter of fact, I have struggled with it for quite some time. It has only been pretty much since like the past, last 2 years that I've ever actually been able to say that I was up on my feet and that I was able to do what I needed to do. But needless to say, I could certainly understand the business aspect of it it does create an odd environment. But for the ones listening out there who have never been hungry, who have never went days without eating, you don't know truly what it's like to be hungry. You might be a little hungry in between lunch, but you have absolutely no idea what it means to go weeks and only have morsels on your stomach.
All right, so now, Ethan, Ethan, I'm going to play devil's advocate. And number one, I appreciate you calling in. And number two, I very much appreciate the journey that you're on. Some people might hear you say that and say, well, but there's places that will help you. There's here in Nashville, the Nashville Rescue Mission. I don't know where in Dixon you could go, but I mean, there are places where you can go where you can get food.
Yeah, no, there are food banks everywhere in the state of Tennessee. As for why that individual particularly went there, might be a little far-fetched. But I think one thing that we could agree on is that what they did, just their actions as they are. Let's take the business aspect out of it. What they did was just feed the homeless. That's it. Now,
right. Well, I know, Ethan, but Ethan, you can't take the business aspect out of it. Listen, if I'm walking, I've told this story before, Ethan, where when I lived in Los Angeles, there oftentimes, because there's a lot of homeless people in Los Angeles, and I'm walking out of a restaurant and there's a homeless person there and they're hungry and they say that they want food, I would hand them my styrofoam box of leftovers. And by the way, maybe this is why I'm so cynical about this. I can't tell you how often they either threw that away right in my face or they said, I don't want that, man. I want money. And that happened to me a lot. And so maybe that's perhaps why I'm so cynical. But Ethan, again, I appreciate the fact that you shared your journey with us, and I wish you the best of luck. Two more calls on this real quick. Ralph in Clarksville, go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to say that it wasn't the lady's money. I mean, it wasn't her food to give away. And so if she wanted to pay for it, then that's a different thing. But if it wasn't her food, and basically she was stealing.
All right, Ralph, thank you very much. Last call on this. I'm going to late. Jason in Mount Juliet on WTN. Hey, Jason.
I have a question, Dan. Isn't everyone that goes into the IHOP hungry? Why not just give it all away?
You know, I think...
What an excellent point.
Man, that's a great point,
I didn't even
Jason.
think about that.
Yeah.
I love you, Dan. I love your show. Oh, I bow at your feet, too. I'm trying to outdo the other lady.
All right, thank you, Jason. I appreciate it. Did he say that he bows at my feet?
He was trying to one-up the one lady that was giving you compliments because you were like, the next caller should have to step up now.
Oh, got it. Okay. But boy, that was a long time ago. That was like 3 minutes ago. You know how my brain works. Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan, what's coming up?
Thieves hit an entire East Nashville neighborhood over the weekend. And the surprising end to a weekend Amber Alert. Wait till you hear that. We've got those stories at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 7:21 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. Friends, if you have a piece of land, maybe some property that you don't know what to do with, think about a pole barn from my friends at Stoltzco. They are the premier pole barn builders here in the state of Tennessee. You know, putting up a pole barn from Stoltzco could increase the value of your land big time. You can use it as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, or you can just live in it. Pole barns from Stoltzco, they are flexible, they're built really well, and yes, they will stand the test of time. You could also, by the way, plan ahead and build your retirement home. Call Stoltzco, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Whatever you need a pole barn for, they can help you get it going. 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can also find Stoltzco on Instagram and Facebook as well, or at their website, STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com. 727. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Brian Wilson will be joining us by phone at 8:05. Brian, you got to love Brian. There is a photo on his Facebook page. I don't want to insult Brian, but a far younger looking Brian Wilson is interviewing Jimmy Carter. And I don't know what year it was, but obviously it was in the 1970s. And it dawned on me that of all of us here at WTN, there's one guy that's interviewed Jimmy Carter, and that would be Brian Wilson. And so I've forced Brian now to get up out of bed in his retirement slumber, and he's going to join us at 8:05 to talk about his experiences with Jimmy Carter. And we'll talk about that from a political perspective, his legacy perspective as well. And I will be asking Brian the obvious question. And Brian, if you're actually out of bed yet, I will be asking you the question, which president is worse, Joe Biden or Jimmy Carter? Now, I've been telling you what I believe. I believe that Joe Biden by far, I mean, it's not even close. Joe Biden was by far a worse president than Jimmy Carter for a number of different reasons. So we're going to talk about that and a whole lot more coming up. Also coming up after the news, I can't wait to share this story with you, just because it's an outlandish story of a governor here in America who has some really creative ideas on how to make his state, from the classroom to the boardroom, how to drive jobs in his state. We're going to talk about that. But I don't know if these are the right, I don't know if this is the right thing to do. He's got a couple of different options. I'm going to explain it all to you coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN News with Joe and Jones right now.
Good morning, 7:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We are still sitting at 51 degrees and partly cloudy skies right now. We'll get up to a high of about 61 later today. More on your forecast still to come here. Residents in an East Nashville neighborhood woke up on Sunday morning to 11 cars having been broken into along Holly Street. Here's Channel 4's Brendan Tierney.
Shattered glass covered Holly Street this morning as Alyssa Butler returned home from visiting family over the holidays. Her car was one of many broken into in the Five Points area.
It made me feel peeved, you know. I want to come home and not worry about scoundrels in my car.
Alyssa says she's lucky the thieves didn't take anything, but they tore apart her glove box and left behind someone else's teal Starbucks wallet.
Like, this isn't a gift swap.
People in East Nashville spent the day covering their broken windows up with plastic bags and tarps.
Now, Metro Police have not made any arrests. Well, you may have gotten an Amber Alert sent to your cell phone over the weekend. That was for a 2-year-old who was allegedly kidnapped along with a Ford Explorer in Knoxville. However, police now believe that the boy's grandfather stopped briefly at the child's home, left the car running and in gear, and the boy was still inside. That car appears to have rolled down several ravines and into a construction area. That's where it was found. Thankfully, the little boy was okay. Well, as the nation mourns the death of the longest living president, ABC's Andrew Dimbert reports on what Jimmy Carter was most proud of.
Carter considered his marriage to Rosalind his greatest accomplishment. The couple celebrated their 77th wedding anniversary last year before Rosalind passed away at the age of 96. Reflecting on his own death, Carter said his Christian faith is what brought him comfort. President Biden has ordered a state funeral in Washington, D.C. for Carter to be held on January 9th. His body will then be taken back to Georgia, where he'll be laid to rest beside a willow tree alongside Rosalind.
Jimmy Carter was 100 years old. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:33 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. I've been a Beehive member for years, so I can tell you from personal experience that this is the best HVAC company out there. How good are they? Well, every month they have new ways to save you money. Now, they've decided here in December, wrapping this up though, but here in December, they extended that massive special that they had. They've got a limited number of 14 SEER 1 and 1.5 to 3 ton split heat pumps for only $6,995. Now, they're also offering a $69 mainline camera inspection to make sure that your drain pipes are cleaned out and, yes, in good condition as well. So many deals from Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, enough to warm your heart this holiday season. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. That phone number is 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. They are your Rude Pro partner, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, busybeehvac.com.
No big problems on the roads this morning. However, we've just found one here. It's a crash on 65. It's in the northbound lanes past I-24 downtown exit 86. It's a tractor trailer versus a car. So this may be here for a little while. I got the crash there blocking off the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.736, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I thought this was really interesting. I might be the only one. The governor of Oklahoma has some interesting ideas for helping kids when they get ready to graduate, but they're a little onerous and outlandish. Here's what he wants to do, and he wants to legislate this. What he's saying is now he is going to require students to graduate from Oklahoma high schools. Now, realize I don't know how he enforces this. How do you require students to graduate from Oklahoma high schools? Because let's be honest, not all kids are going to be graduating high school, and you can't require someone to graduate, can you? I mean, if they don't make the grade, they don't make the grade. But he also, the governor, Kevin Stitt, he also wants students to he wants them to have to be accepted into a college. Or, if not college, he says kids should be accepted into a career tech. Otherwise, the governor of Oklahoma says a student must go into the Army. So do you have that? So number one, he's going to require the kids graduate from Oklahoma high schools. He wants them to have to be accepted into a college. If not college, he says kids have to be accepted into a career tech. Otherwise, he says a student would have to go into the Army. Now, I've read a couple of different articles on this because I'm sitting here thinking I can't possibly be reading this correctly. Most people are saying this is unenforceable. You can't force kids to do something after graduation, after graduating high school. He says you have to have some kind of plan post-graduation to go out and get a great job. He also wants high schools to put a bigger focus on teaching kids about financial literacy. Now that I get, and that's good. Trying to help those young people get ready for the future. But can I tell you that there's a lot of folks that have no idea what it is that they want to do getting out of high school? I had no idea. I ended up wandering into the radio station at the junior college that I was in, and my life was forever changed.
Wow, we had a very similar starting of a life because after I graduated college, my dorm room right across from it in the Union was a radio station. I just walked in.
Did you?
Yeah, I had my own show for 4 years.
4 years?
Yeah.
I wonder if that was too long.
Yeah, it was way too long. No one liked it.
Joe Dorman. Now this is where the story gets even crazier. Joe Dorman with the Oklahoma Institute for Child Advocacy says he likes the idea of getting students ready for life after graduating high school, but he says there needs to be some exceptions. He says there are children out there that are not capable. Listen to this. You have children with special needs. I understand that. And other categories, it will be difficult for them to be able to move into the workforce. The former lawmaker in Oklahoma, says state leaders should give students more opportunity through classes to better prepare for their future. Listen to what he says. You have so many students these days. They're talking, by the way, about 17-year-olds, 17, 18-year-olds. You have so many students these days that are graduating that don't know how to do a load of laundry. They don't know how to use an oven. Really? Are there really kids, Joan Jones, out there who don't know how to do a load of laundry or don't know how to use an oven?
All right. You ready to hear? I mean, I'm confessing here to maybe child abuse.
Okay.
When my kids were 9 years old, their gift for their 9th birthday was that they received a brand new hamper and laundry lessons.
There you go.
And I taught them how to do their own laundry. And they all were responsible for their own. I was not responsible for them, but if I saw their clothes laying around, they got in trouble. But that meant that when my oldest son went off to college, and he went off, he had just turned 17. He went off a year early. He went off to college, and there were so many kids, he said, in his dorm that had no idea how to do their laundry. He had to set up shop in the laundry room at the campus and teach people how to do their laundry.
How is that possible?
I don't even know. I don't know.
And as a parent, how do you send your kid off to college and not teach them how to do laundry?
Yeah.
And not knowing how to work an oven is also
That's
absurd.
crazy. That's crazy.
You just push a button. It's not that hard.
Well, in fairness, there's usually like 325. That's going to be 3 buttons. Beep, beep, beep.
Well, no, sometimes it's up or down usually in ovens. You just
it starts at 350.
Yeah, it starts at 350. You just press up.
Whatever. You know what?
Yeah.
And the instructions are on the back of the oven-made lasagna prep already made. Just put it in there, put the time in. It's not that hard.
Well, apparently it is for me. I thought I was using the oven correctly all this time. Listen, I know how to heat up a pizza. That's all I'm saying.
All right. See, you'll never starve.
Dornan says while lawmakers often think about reading, writing, and arithmetic, they also need to focus on how children can survive on their own once they graduate. Can I ask, how is that lawmakers' responsibility?
It's not.
To make sure that children can survive on their own once they graduate? That's a parenting thing. Clearly, that is a parenting thing. He says you really have to provide those tools for understanding how to pay bills, how to balance a budget, how to go shopping at the grocery store. What the heck is going on in Oklahoma that kids don't know how to do this? I mean, I read this and I was astonished by what this guy was saying. What coupons are. If you have some type of foundational support there in place, then that's going to help these children thrive. Whole thing just baffles me that there's kids out there that, you know what, super text line. Do your kids know how to do, and listen, no judgment zone here. I'm not going to judge you. Maybe a little bit. So do your kids know how to do laundry? Do your kids know how to use an oven if they're 17, 18 years old? I mean, Riker, he's 11. He's already got that microwave down. He knows how to use the microwave better than me, as a matter of fact, because I always burn the popcorn. So I don't know. The politicians in Oklahoma, man, they're starting to worry me a little. Isn't Weaver from Oklahoma?
He is. That's right.
He is. I was about to say, should we ask Ken
this? Explains a lot. I'm just kidding.
Don't you dare talk bad about that man.
We love Ken Weaver here on this show. Trust me on that. Everybody loves Ken. I have not met one person that doesn't like Ken Weaver. But anyway, so yeah, but I don't know. As far as the governor goes, this snit guy, I don't know how you require students to graduate from a high school. I don't know how you require kids to either be accepted into a college, go to career tech, or if those two things fail, require them to go into the Army. I don't understand how that even works. And can I just say that some of the most important times that people have is that time where they just can sit back and reflect on what they want to do? I forget, what do they call that? They call that a something year, like a bi-year or something. I don't remember what it's called. But where you're going to sit around and not do anything but work at Taco Bell for a year or McDonald's or Target or Walmart. You're going to hang out and figure out what you want to do. You don't want to waste money by going to a college and taking classes that you really have no interest in. So I don't exactly know what this governor is doing, but most people are saying this is an absolutely crazy idea. I think it's nuts too, because you can't legislate people's lives. You can't. And for a lot of people, that year that they decide that they're not going to do anything, people often take a year off between high school and college, and they try to figure out what they want to do. So, and I don't even know, is this governor, did you figure out, is this a Republican governor?
This is a Republican governor, yes.
Listen, I'm conservative. I'm having a hard time figuring out, because don't conservatives, aren't we all about free will? Yes, we are. We're all about free will, and we're all about freedoms. And it shouldn't be up to a governor, Republican or otherwise, to tell people what to do with their own lives. It is 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. 7:45 on Nashville's Morning News. Cloudy today, no rain, high of 60. Thanks for listening to Nashville's Morning News. Yes, a gap year is what I was trying to think. I got like 50,000 people. You ever do that? Joan or any host on this station knows what it's like, where it's like you're trying to think of, what is that word? What is that phrase? What do you call it?
Often now.
What do you call it when?
Yeah.
And then you don't have the super text line open.
Right.
And then you go to the super text line and like 1,000 people tell you what you're desperately trying to find.
The super text line is your spouse.
You know
Hey,
what?
you
The super text
numbskull.
line is my spouse because they always tell me when I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Just like my spouse.
She doesn't love, though. I mean, it's out of a loving gesture that she calls you a knucklehead.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
I'm pretty sure.
Mhm.
Because that's how it works with me and my husband.
Is it? Is knucklehead the loving little thing that you call your husband?
Yeah, no, I have a couple of other words. And they're not,
You can't say it on the radio.
No, we can't say it on the radio, but they're done with love. Like, we laugh about it.
Well, in my house, the middle finger is a loving gesture.
Okay.
I mean, it truly, honestly is, the hoisting of the middle finger is a loving gesture.
You laugh. You have a good laugh about it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Making fun of each other is healthy.
I think
Oh,
that's
my
true.
Lord. Then we ought to be the healthiest people in the world in my house.
Hey, if you can't laugh at each other, I think that's a more bigger issue than anything else.
It is like open season on yours truly in my own home.
So then you're used to it when you get here, which I appreciate.
You know what Riker did to me yesterday?
What do you do?
So you know how you have a juice box and you have a straw?
Yeah.
So the straw comes in plastic. So I'm sitting there watching television and kind of nodding off because I've been working hellacious hours. Riker comes up and he takes the straw and pounds it on my head to open the straw. As he goes right on up to, and I'm just like, okay, all right, kid, I'll remember that. It's so funny. I didn't even say anything, but I'm plotting my revenge.
Oh,
and I told
boy.
Riker, when you least expect it, expect it.
Just wait till you get bald too, son.
Yeah.
It's exactly right. I'll probably be dead by then. Anyway, 7:48, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk.
Happy thought.
99.7 WTN. Hey, everybody, let's make fun of Don Lemon. Need some audio.
You dumb idiots. Now you're just figuring this out. You're so stupid and you deserve it. You deserve it because you're.
That's Don Lemon, and he's making fun of Donald Trump supporters who are angry with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy for being in favor of expanding the H-1B visas.
You're so dumb. Jim, it's hypocrisy. So go with me here. Yes, I am gloating over your stupidity and how you were taken. I'm cackling in Kamala, says in Shanta. You have been co-opted because you're in a cult.
Yeah, he's saying that the Donald Trump supporters, we have been fooled by Donald Trump and Elon Musk and all the people within Trump's circle because they're screaming up and down. Trump supporters are screaming up and down about the expansion, possible expansion of the H-1B visas. And now you've got, we've been talking about this for the last week or so, where you've got now Trump supporters and they're screaming bloody murder because there's a big disagreement over this visa program because Trump supporters don't like the expansion of these visas, but Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy do. And so now you've got the people that hate Donald Trump, hate his supporters, and they're just having a good old time over this, including Don Lemon.
And you don't even realize it because you have stupid MAGA brain.
Wow.
And you don't get it. How
stupid MAGA brain.
Wow. Ouch.
I think Don Lemon has stupid CNN brain. And if it's me, I would far rather have stupid MAGA brain than stupid CNN brain.
I think it's just stupid brain.
I think so. It's almost like redundant, right?
stupid and dumb are you? And I'm just going to I can't wait to go through this. Okay. So I'm going to read this again. So Krishnan's appointment triggered an anti-Indian backlash on social media, particularly given his past advocacy for increasing green cards and immigration broadly. Oh, no, immigration. We can't do the immigration because, the immigration, it triggers some people.
See, he's trying to make this about illegal immigration and immigration. It's not about that. That's something that the left is trying to do. They're trying to make this into, it is so creative, isn't it? Where they're trying to make it into, Donald Trump supporters, they're all a bunch of racists. No, it's about American people, American men and American women being replaced by these visas, by people coming in from other countries at a lower wage.
You know what they're saying about the anti-immigrant stuff, right? Who's in to say that one of the jobs you might be seeking won't be one of those white jobs?
Weirdo.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Somebody might want to do a wellness check on Don Lemon.
Does
because
sound really off.
He does sound a little maniacal, does he not?
Yeah.
That is Don Lemon trying to regain some semblance of relevance. It is 7:52. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Well, there's a good look at the good and the bad of the Carter administration and beyond as we remember former President Jimmy Carter. Also, Hollywood has lost a legend, too. A beloved TV character actress has died. That's coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I cannot wait till 8:06. Brian Wilson, I've interrupted. This is the kind of friend I am, because I do consider Brian Wilson a friend, and this is the kind of friend I am. I've decided to be the first guy to disrupt Brian's retirement. 4 days in?
It's not nice.
I'm not a nice person, Joan. Don't you know that by now?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Anyway, so Brian will be joining us at 8:06. Going to talk about, of course, Jimmy Carter. And Brian, I guess it was back in the 90s when Brian has posted a photograph of a much younger Brian Wilson. And he is interviewing none other than Jimmy Carter. So we're going to get Brian's thoughts because he's covered a lot of presidents. So we're going to talk to Brian about Jimmy Carter, his legacy. I am going to ask him who he believes is the worst president, Jimmy Carter or Joe Biden. We'll get into that, of course. One of the things, and I thought that Donald Trump, and I read to you a couple of times now this morning, the great statement that Donald Trump made on Jimmy Carter. It was very presidential. It was very sympathetic and empathetic to the family. And he had very nice things to say about Jimmy Carter. Now, Carter, on the other hand, when he was alive, and I've been very honest about what I think about Jimmy Carter's presidency. He had a phenomenal post-presidential life, but he wasn't always saying the nicest of things about Donald Trump.
What do you think it takes to be president? What's the one of quality that it requires to be a good president?
I used to think it was to tell the truth. But I've changed my mind lately.
Obviously intimating, Donald Trump, because Trump was in office at the time. By the way, forget about the fact that Joe Biden is the far bigger liar, pants on fire. He also spoke about Donald Trump and about how Trump was an illegitimate president.
What's your reaction? How should we deal with Russia?
Well, the president himself should condemn it, admit that it happened, which I think 16 of the intelligence agencies have already agreed to say. And there's no doubt that the Russians did interfere in the election. And I think the interference, although not yet quantified, if fully investigated, would show that Trump didn't actually win the election in 2016. He lost the election, and he was put into office because the Russians interfered on his behalf.
So do you believe President Trump is an illegitimate president?
Based on what I just said, which I can't retract.
7:59, we'll get the thoughts and opinions of Brian Wilson coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 8 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Wow, we've inched up a degree here. It's 52 now, and the skies are starting to clear out. Well, the full forecast is coming up in just a moment as well. His presidency is mostly remembered for a doomed economy, the Iranian hostage crisis, and a general malaise in American spirits. Jimmy Carter is also credited, though, with brokering peace between Israel and Egypt and bringing large swaths of land under federal protection. Former President Carter died Sunday afternoon, surrounded by his friends and family at his home in Plains, Georgia. ABC's Steve Osanami reports from the Carter Center in Georgia.
James Earl Carter Jr. took the oath of office as Jimmy.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
He pushed for human rights and foreign policy, but stateside, his presidency was a challenge. Rising inflation and gas lines as long as the eye can see, issues he tried to address in an infamous speech where he blamed some of the country's problems on the crisis of the spirit, a speech critics say helped spell the end of his success as a president.
Carter went on to volunteer his time and treasure to build new homes for those in need alongside Habitat for Humanity. Dozens of families in Memphis and Nashville have Carter and other volunteers to thank for that. Now, the Restore store on Harding Place has announced it'll host a memorial for President Carter that can be signed by members of the public. Well, passengers on an Air Canada Express flight reported flames coming from the left side of the aircraft after that plane skidded down the runway in Nova Scotia Saturday night. The airline said that it was landing gear, a problem with the landing gear there that caused it. Passengers were offloaded to a bus and driven to a terminal. Nobody was injured. But in South Korea, investigators are now getting the assist from a team of U.S. investigators in finding the cause of an airliner that crashed and killed nearly everyone on board. ABC's Nicole D'Antonio.
Two crew members, a man in his 20s and a woman in her 30s, were pulled from the wreckage alive. Both are being treated for injuries and their conditions are considered non-life-threatening. It comes as the cause of the crash is under investigation. South Korean officials say air traffic control warned the pilots of a possible bird strike. Moments later, the pilots issued a mayday call.
179 people were killed, including 5 children. Well, veteran TV and stage actress Linda Lavin has died. You may remember her as the waitress from the TV sitcom Alice.
Female, it isn't always convenient when you have a kid. You take him when you get him. Like I got him at 5 in the morning.
Yeah, that accent. Remember that? Linda Lavin was 87 years old. She died unexpectedly due to complications from recently discovered lung cancer. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Just one problem now. It's in Talbot's Corner, 65 northbound lanes past the I-24 downtown exit 86. It's a crash involving a tractor trailer into a car, and it's blocking off the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.806 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Dan Mandis here along with Joan Jones. Jeff Malinoff is producing. Brian Wilson is on the Newsmaker Hotline. Brian, always, of course, great to have you on. And I hate to interrupt your retirement, but I appreciate having you on. Can we be honest, Brian? Can we be honest? You're looking for something to do?
Well, no, believe me, retirement, as such as it's been so far, has been kept me very busy. I mean, I've already cleaned the garage.
And it looks really nice. Saw those pictures. They look good. Thank
you. And then I rebuilt my home studio, my recording studio. And, give me about a week and I'll have this place whipped into shape. It's, it's hard work. Radio's not all that hard work. It's mentally challenging, but it's not really physical labor. So I've been sore every night ever since I retired.
Listen, Brian, after you get done rebuilding the studio and cleaning your garage and all those other honeydews that we men tend to do, I've got a few things over at the house. If you want to clean out my garage and maybe take down my inflatables because they're still up from Christmas, you'd feel free to come by.
So maybe that's my my post-retirement part-time job, just going around cleaning people's garages. That would be.
All right. So you had a great photo on your Facebook page of a far younger looking Brian Wilson, and you are interviewing Jimmy Carter. It's a great photo. And tell me about that moment. Then we're going to get into some political analysis.
Well, I arrived in Washington for the end of the second term of Ronald Reagan, so I did not cover President Carter in Washington, but I did meet him on a couple of different occasions. The picture that I posted there was during the Clinton presidency, where there had been a breakthrough in the Mideast peace process, and because Carter was well known for the Camp David Accords, he had been brought in and was there at the event, and he was very accessible, very willing to talk, and very approachable. And then the second time I think I interviewed him was on the set when I was working for WTTG, and he had come up with a book and was on a book tour. So the Secret Service shows up one morning, and there's Jimmy Carter, and we sat down and talked about his book, which at this moment, for the life of me, can't remember what it was about. But he was always, as a president, I think, the cliche, there's a reason it's a cliche because there's some truth in it. Mm-hmm. He was not a great president, but a very good ex-president. And you look at some of the things he accomplished post-presidency, and you would have to say that's a life well lived for anyone, and did a lot of good for a lot of people who needed help. His presidency was marred by a lot of things, including the Iranian hostage crisis, high gas prices. He just was not a very effective president when you look at things, other than the Camp David Accords foreign policy. Maybe he had some things to be proud of, but really the accomplishments of the Jimmy Carter one-term presidency were not that much.
Brian, do you remember the really long gas lines?
I do. And, one of the things that you have to say is if it hadn't been for Jimmy Carter and, having such a sort of unsuccessful presidency, marred mostly by the Iranian hostage crisis, it probably would have not set the stage for someone like Ronald Reagan.
That's exactly right.
So Ronald Reagan came in behind him, was as the antithesis to whatever Jimmy Carter was, and people were ready for that. But I think you have to judge presidents based on the time in which they were elected. And, not looking back, we think about the hostage crisis, giving away Panama Canal, which has been a story we've been talking about lately, and all of the other things that weren't great about the Carter presidency. He was elected post-Watergate.
Yep.
And people were looking for a man of character, and people were looking for a man perhaps of faith. And Jimmy Carter was both of those things, a man of character and a man of deep religious faith. And I think, I have to say, as a young man, I looked at that and I said, well, I'm going to vote for Carter. And I did, which is a good reason why we probably shouldn't let 18-year-olds vote. But then, I became a Reagan Republican after that, and have been ever since. I really came on board with all that.
Well,
it wasn't so much about party then as it was about, I liked the character of the man. And
Isn't
I thought
it
he was
interesting,
a good man.
though?
He was.
You talk about, and I made this point earlier, but you talk about Carter and how he was the gateway to Reagan, just like Joe Biden was so terrible that he's the gateway to another term of Donald Trump. So it's like they have that in common.
There are very similar parallels there. I really do.
All right. So who do you think, Brian Wilson, is the worst president, Jimmy Carter or Joe Biden?
Well, I think history is going to reveal with time, as we learn more about what was really going on behind the scenes at the Biden White House. I think it's going to be Biden. I think he should never have been elected. and never was fully in control of his own presidency, I don't think, because I don't think he had the mental capacity to do it. And the stories we're hearing now about, how they were propping him up and the things that were going on behind the scenes, it is terrifying, quite frankly, to me, that we had a president who really was not in charge or capable of being in charge of his own presidency. So I think over time, as we look back, we'll look at Biden as the worst president, although Jimmy Carter would be a close second in my estimation. A good man, not a great president.
So here's my question, because it brings up so many different conversations. So when you look at with Joe Biden, you've got the economy, you've got the pullout of Afghanistan, failed pullout of Afghanistan. You've got the wide open border, right? So then who do you blame? Do you blame Joe Biden? Do you blame the apparatus of the Democrat Party? Who do you blame if Joe Biden really wasn't the guy pulling the strings?
Well, I think you have to look at a very liberal staff and a lot of handlers that are, that were around within an administration. There are always these people who are, the chief of staff and the people who handle things like Jake Sullivan on foreign affairs. I think they were basically running the show. And I don't think all that much got to Joe Biden. And they had to take it to him for the big decisions and consider what he had to say. But I think he was also very pliable in his current state. And I think, whoever got to him last, that was the policy. And I think that the very left deep state is basically running the Biden administration and has been almost since day one.
All right. So then, then here's the question. And I'm going to ask you the question. Then I'm going to let you cogitate on that. And I got to jump the traffic. But my question is this. Knowing what we know and knowing what the Wall Street Journal has reported about the very protective cocoon around Joe Biden, wasn't holding a lot of cabinet meetings, people that needed to speak to Joe Biden could not speak to Joe Biden. You had one congressman, I think his name was Adam Smith, where he was trying to get in touch with the president because he had concerns about the failed pullout of Afghanistan before that pullout, and he wasn't able to get to the president. Then, of course, we all know what happened in that pullout. 13 members of our military died. The question is this. How aggressive should the Republicans be in calling for and executing an investigation into who knew what related to the last 4 years of the Biden administration? I'm going to ask you to answer that on the other side. It is 8:15, time to check the roads on WTN. $8:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Later today, it's going to be cloudy with a high of 60. Right now, 49 degrees and sunshine here in Nashville. Appreciate you listening to Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson is joining us. All right, so Brian, let's be honest. The investigation into Hunter Biden by the Republicans, James Comer, all that stuff didn't really seem to amount to a whole heck of a lot. And I think there's a lot of Republicans who are just a little ticked off that we didn't see more coming out of those investigations. So now the question is, all right, so now how aggressively should the Republicans look into what happened over the last 4 years?
Well, there's two ways to look at this. Number one is, do we deserve the answers? Yes, I think we deserve the answers. And do we want to get involved in tit for tat and weaponize the whole system like it's been weaponized against us? I would be against that, but I do think we deserve the answers, and I think as we find out the answers, we're going to find out a lot more. I will not be surprised if Biden pardons himself on the way out the door or something like that, because I think he's got things that he needs to answer for, which he has not answered, especially how involved he was in the businesses of his son when he was vice president. So he doesn't want to face that. So I wouldn't be surprised if he does it on the way out the door. If he does that, it sort of confirms things, doesn't it? Why would you pardon yourself if you didn't do anything wrong? So I think that's part of it. But the other part of me is, I sort of like to think in political terms of looking forward rather than looking backwards. I mean, at this point, what good does it do? Shouldn't we focus on accomplishing things? And I think if we do that, I think that will resonate well with the American people, rather than a bunch of backward-looking investigations that plod on and on and on. I'm not sure that the country is well served by that, but I do wish we could get some answers.
Well, I mean, it's not only Joe Biden, but it's also the people who were surrounding him, right? I mean, you've got Jill, you've got Barack Obama, and I don't want to get too deep into this, but you've got all of that inner Biden circle that knew, according to the Wall Street Journal, knew what was going on. So if you investigate, then the next question obviously is, okay, so let's say that you figure out who knew what when, but then what? I mean, do you run around and you start charging Jill Biden? I don't know what you do. So it's almost like to what end? And I think that I agree with you, is that the best revenge is success. And that's what Donald Trump is looking to do. And that is to be successful and just rack up the wins. So we'll have to see what happens. Last question.
Yeah, listen, I like that approach, and I'm very happy to hear him say that.
Yeah.
That he's not going to be doing a lot of backwards glancing, and success is the thing that matters, and the thing that he'll be judged upon in his second term as president. So I think that's the right way to go.
Brian, last question, and I don't know if you've paid much attention to this story, but I find it interesting. The H-1B visa battle. So
yeah,
you've got Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and David Sachs, these high-tech guys who were critical, in my opinion, especially Elon Musk, in getting Donald Trump elected. They're all for expanding this visa program. Elon finally came out and said, well, it needs to be fixed. But you've got all of these folks that are supporters of Donald Trump, MAGA Nation, who are very much against the H-1B visa program. So Trump is sort of stuck in the middle between millions of his supporters who are against this and his inner circle, which is for the program. So Trump seems to be in sort of a precarious position here.
Well, the way I look at that is, here's what I'll say about Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. If they come with a position, I think you can be pretty certain it's data-driven, that they can back up their arguments of why this is important. And they're looking at it from the standpoint of high-tech entrepreneurs who are looking for skilled people to come into the country on visas, H-1B visas. And so they're looking at it from a business standpoint. I think most of MAGA world just feels like the border situation has been so bad that it just doesn't land well with us when we hear people say, you're going to do what? You want to expand H-1B visas? I want to get more information on that and find out why they feel so passionately about it, because they do. I mean, they're very passionate about it, and Trump seems to be convinced by those arguments. But I think if Trump gets in there on day one and does the things that he says he's going to do with regard to the border, and believe me, I think Tom Homan is champing at the bit to get started from everything that I can see.
Oh, yeah.
I think Americans will be well pleased with what happens, and will be willing at least to listen to the arguments for the expansion of H-1B visas. But I want to hear a little bit more from those guys as to why they feel so strongly about it.
All right, very good. Brian Wilson, thank you very much for joining us. Hey, Brian, what are you doing today? Anything fun?
Well, right now I'm sitting outside of the Loveless Cafe about to consume biscuits and gravy, which is a good thing to be doing on a Monday morning.
All right. Thank you, Brian, and looking forward to more analysis just like that in the months and years ahead. Love Brian Wilson and his analysis. All right, 8:21. Joan Jones is in the dust-encrusted WTN newsroom. Joan, what's coming up?
It's a corner. It's a news corner.
Sorry, you're right. You don't have a room.
I do not. Yeah.
You have like a corner.
It works.
And let's be honest, it's not a big corner at that.
It's not.
Moving
Hey,
on.
want to let you know that there is a national day of mourning that's been declared now after the death of former President Jimmy Carter. Also, we'll tell you why D.C. officials say they're working hard to remove some transit ads that popped up all over town ahead of the inauguration. That's all coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
828, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. For you folks watching on Super Talk TV, I looked at Chris Hand and thought I was having a stroke. Joan asked me why.
Okay, why?
Because Chris has a hat on, and the word America is on the hat, but it's upside down.
Uh-oh.
Therefore, I thought that I was having a stroke.
Well, I think there should be other reasons you think that, but it's okay.
Listen, I'm like Fred Sanford.
Yeah.
I'm either having a stroke or the big one, a heart attack. That's the way that my life is.
You're doing fine for your first day back to work.
Can I just tell you,
a long break.
It's felt like a left-footed show. Because number one, I've been on Red Eye Radio, and it's just like a big blank easel, and I could just talk.
Do you start to wonder if you've already said this on this show because you've said it on Red Eye Radio overnight?
Maybe.
Like, does that ever happen to you?
All the time.
Okay.
Like, did I cover this during Red Eye or what? Yeah, you know what I've got like topical feng shui. And when I do Red Eye, my topical feng shui gets feng shuied.
It's unshuied.
It's unshuied. Yeah. That's exactly what it is.
Or isn't.
Or isn't. Yes. There you go.
My brain hurts now.
All right, so we're going to play a game with Chris Hand coming up.
Oh, perfect.
So you think you're a conspiracy theorist.
Oh, let's go. That sounds like something I'm in for.
Absolutely. We're going to go through all of these different things, and we're going to see just which of the four of us is the most conspiratorial. Clearly, it's Chris Hand.
You know Chris is.
I feel like the sleeper pick is going to be Joan Jones. I'm just letting you know.
All right, news with Joan coming up next on WTN.
Good morning, 8:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, the funeral in Washington for former President Jimmy Carter has now been scheduled for January 9th. President Biden has also declared January 9th a national day of mourning.
A moment of silence before the Washington Commanders game outside D.C. New York's Empire State Building lit up in red, white, and blue. The flag atop the White House lowered to half staff.
This is a sad day.
President Biden, vacationing in St. Croix, remembered his longtime colleague and friend and reflected on his legacy.
Jimmy Carter lived a life measured not by words, but by his deeds. He forged peace, advanced civil rights, human rights, promoted free and fair elections around the world.
My name is Jimmy Carter, and I'm running for president.
Biden, then a senator, was the first politician outside Georgia to endorse Jimmy Carter's bid for president in 1976.
That's NBC's Chris Pallone reporting. Here in Nashville, anyone wishing to do so can sign a memorial that's available at Habitat for Humanity's Restore on Harding Place. The store's normal hours are Tuesday through Saturday, 9 to 5, but it's not clear how the New Year's holiday will affect those hours. Well, the people of Southeast Texas will close out 2024 dealing with the devastation left by a rare winter tornado. It was one of at least 50 twisters reported across 7 states over the weekend.
The Alvin tornado first struck Brazoria County, where this man thought it was a typical thunderstorm until
it was so loud and intense.
The twister then crashed into Alvin, tearing up homes, knocking out power, and taking the life of 47-year-old Jamie Brown, wife to Staffney Brown.
I'm devastated. I don't know what else to do. I mean, I can't do nothing but pick up and go on.
The same tornado outbreak killed 2 people in Mississippi and 1 in North Carolina. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
There's a lot of finger pointing going on in Washington, D.C. today after a new transit ad called Keep D.C. Trash Free. The signs feature a MAGA hat-wearing individual holding a book labeled Project 2025, and the image has a red circle around it, the red line through the middle of it. Well, the Department of Public Works and the mayor's office of the Clean City program, they all claim it wasn't them that posted them. The Department of Transportation says they are working hard to remove those ads. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey, everybody. Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
Nolensville Pike is a little busy in some spots this morning, heading up toward the Nashville area. No problems, though, on 24 and 65 looking good. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.837 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Joan Jones is here. Good morning, Joan.
Hello there.
Jeff Malinoff is here. Hey, Jeff.
Hello.
Chris Hand is here with his stroke-inducing hat.
What's
Hello.
up? It's
I haven't
style.
even looked at it. Okay, I get
it's
it.
style.
The word America. How is the word America upside down stylish? Because I said before the break, I feel like I
We're
look at his
talking
hat.
about it, aren't we?
KGB, tell me, back me up a little bit. You've seen these kind of hats,
I have
right?
seen those hats,
Thank
yes.
you.
It actually is not just for like words. It could be for a team logo. It could be for anything.
But what's the point in it being upside down?
To mess with you.
Yeah, you take a little bit of an
Specifically to
extra
mess
look
with
at
you.
it.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, so mission accomplished.
And we did it.
Okay, very good.
It's
Congratulations.
not supposed to give you a stroke. You're just supposed to look at it a little longer.
Well, you know, when you're my age, Joan, I just
Yeah.
turned 57 now, so I'm
So old.
I'm due for my stroke.
Yeah.
Happy belated birthday, by the way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still waiting for my birthday cake. Anyway, I'm totally kidding.
What kind of cake do you like, though? That's the question. What's your preferred birthday
Chocolate.
cake? Okay, good. Right,
Yeah.
the right choice.
Oh, absolutely, chocolate.
Ice cream is a close second, though.
So, who still has their inflatables up in their front yard? Because you know it's now December 30th. My inflatables are still there. They're just, you know, like many things in my life, deflated.
It's all you need to do is just take them and put them in the garage. That's all you need to do now.
Yeah,
it's a 10-second thing.
I also have big inflatable Christmas balls.
Okay.
So one's green, one's white, and one's red. Yeah. And the balls are still inflated.
Wait a minute, you got kids at home, right?
I got one.
Yeah, to make them do it.
There you go.
He's 11. You know what? He doesn't.
Did you miss the story about the straw on the top of the head earlier?
Yeah, that was yeah, that's your payback. Make him do chores.
Oh, he's aware. Trust me, that's a big conversation already.
Really, my dad made me do stuff in the
Does
shed at 11.
anybody else have inflatables in their front yard
I do
besides
not.
Dan?
I do not.
Jeff?
I don't have a yard.
Well, okay.
Joan?
All right. No, I have a beautiful nativity scene, but no inflatable balls.
Okay.
That scene inflatables would be cool.
Joan, that sounds like a you problem. All right, moving right along. How hardcore of a truther are you?
Oh,
Let's
boy.
go.
Here we go.
I'm
Come
hyped for this.
on.
I'm hyped
Now,
for this.
each of you have to add 1 point to your score if you believe in said truth or concept.
Okay.
So you're all responsible for writing down your own numbers. So, climate change is a hoax.
Oh, yeah. Put me down. Put me down, coach.
Yeah, put me down also.
Obviously. This is going to be interesting. Dinosaurs are a hoax.
Oh, I like that one.
No.
I'm a big fan of it.
A fan of the hoax?
I'm interested to hear
I'm a fan of the theory.
I'm interested to hear the arguments against dinosaurs, but I'm for dinosaurs.
Well, this conspiracy theory is like rooted in the fact that like fossil fuels, they made it that way to make it seem like they weren't as prevalent as they once were. So they all are from the bones of melted down dinosaurs, and that's where we get it.
That's
so
where we get that from?
It's a very limited resource. That's where the theory. That's where this theory springs
Yeah,
from.
but then how do you explain the fossils that you see in the ground or in the rocks?
It's about those turning into fuel, fossil fuels. It's a weird one.
That's a reach.
I like it though.
Yeah,
I'm a fan.
The Earth is flat and motionless.
Okay.
Motionless.
I mean,
No.
have you seen that video of a guy trying to prove the Earth is flat with like the two walls? There's like supposed to be these two walls
I've
like
seen that.
17 feet apart, and he's like, put your camera up, and it shows that he proves the Earth is round in his proving of it's flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Vaccines. Oh wait, I forgot to keep score. Let's see here. So
I got 1 out of 3. So
I got 1 out of 3
also.
Yeah.
All right, vaccines are harmful.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to.
Yep.
Yep.
Good.
Is that a conspiracy theory?
No, it's a fact.
It's also a consensus.
My nephew is severely autistic, and like he was fine up until they had to take like 10 shots at once, kind of thing. And
I have a bunch of friends that have the exact same story.
Yep.
The medical system is fraudulent.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, some of these you got to be more specific, but by and large, yes.
And we all have our own reasons why we believe that.
Right.
Yeah.
Our food sources are being systematically poisoned.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yep.
I'm not sure what the definition of poison is.
I would like
they're not putting arsenic in our foods.
Yeah.
However,
I bet you could find some foods with arsenic.
There's
in
a
it.
lot of chemicals that are going into our food.
Yes.
So I'm going to say absolutely on that
Yes.
one.
All you need to see is those videos of the people holding up a bag of, what was it, Cheerios or Lucky Charms from England versus the Lucky Charms from the United States.
Oh, I have
and
seen
the
that.
colors are so different.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
GMOs are not safe.
Yep.
GMOs are not safe.
I'm right there. All right. TV has brainwashed the masses. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Depends on what you watch, but yes.
Television. What?
Television.
Yeah.
Good. I like that.
They call it programming for a reason, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Let's see here. My eyes are terrible. It comes with age. Politics is an illusion.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. I'm all for that.
You're all for that, Joan?
It's
Yeah.
like WWE. They put something on the screen for us, but there's
Triple
more
H is
happening
really
behind the
behind
scenes.
everything.
All right, so I'm not with you guys on that one. I think that there's some politics is illusionary, but for the most part, there's a lot of real stuff that happens in politics. It's mostly bad, but yes, I don't believe that politics is an illusion.
Biden's presidency was an illusion.
Absolutely.
This is true.
Many of Hollywood. You're right, Jeff. Many of I was trying to remember Jeff's name. Many of Hollywood's actresses are male.
I could see that.
Whoa.
Are you kidding
That's
me?
that's kind of crazy.
Some of them have the cutest little Adam's apple.
Jesus.
What?
Sorry, just the thought process.
That is crazy. No, I'm not going.
I think that's a little much.
Yeah.
We've all been conditioned because of Michelle Obama.
God,
That's the first thing I thought of, but she's not Hollywood.
Big Mike, what up?
Big Mike.
Big Mike.
Elites, royals, and political figures are involved in a massive pedophile ring.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm in that. Yeah.
Put me down twice.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, Epstein's Island is really all you need to know.
Epstein, Diddy.
P. Diddy. Oh, yeah.
The call boy scandal at the White House back in the 80s.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about
come on,
that.
let's not forget about this stuff.
Yeah, it's hard to argue now.
Caffeine consumption has many negative health outcomes.
No.
I'm out.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Depending, I think there's a caffeine addiction. You can have caffeine addiction, like a withdrawal, like with alcohol, but not as severely as with alcohol withdrawal. But there could be a withdrawal from caffeine.
We can stop anytime we want, Jeff.
Yeah.
I can't. Airport X-ray scanners are carcinogenic.
What?
Carcinogenic.
Yeah,
Oh,
carcinogenic.
okay. I was like,
Cancerous.
No, I'm not going there.
I'm not going
I
there.
don't think so.
I can believe that. They don't even give you an X-ray at the dentist without running behind a wall.
That's a great
True.
point.
but those are a tad different.
Am I the only one that feels insecure when they tell you to put your hands over your head?
No, I actually
You can opt
understand
out
that.
of those, you know.
If my shirt,
Yeah,
if
you
my
can opt
shirt,
out of all that. You can opt out of the
Yeah,
body
but you'll
scan.
get pulled
you can,
aside.
Yeah, you might get fondled, but you can opt out.
I one time forgot my ID at home, and I was like, guys, I'm not anything. They're like, all right, we can scan. We have to give you a full day to give me a full body search. They had to check my bag and everything.
Do you know
But
what
I
just
got
went
through.
through my head?
What?
Is it worse to be fondled or looked at?
Yeah.
That's what.
Fondled.
See?
Well, what do you
Better
do?
to get looked at.
You do a lot of flying, Chris. What do you do?
I prefer a hybrid approach. Sometimes I want to be looked at. Sometimes I want to be fondled.
It just depends on your mood.
Depends on the mood.
All right, very good.
You know what, honey? Feeling fondled
Yes.
today. Got that. Chris, do you have to say that in public? Yes.
When
Yes,
we're
I do.
flying with all the kids, I'm opting out for the peace and quiet. I'll take the waiting room for a minute, thanks.
Hollywood films have a direct agenda.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Yep.
That's not even
Yeah.
a
Of
question.
It
That's
just depends.
right.
It depends on the movie, but yeah.
I forgot where we were. I wasn't keeping score, so I gave myself an extra one there.
9/11. Clearly, you're going to be the most trutherist of all of us.
Yeah.
9/11 was an inside job. I say no.
No.
Chris.
I don't like the 9/11 stuff.
All right.
Something else was going on that day. You have to. There's so many coincidences.
All wars benefit the top elite. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
I mean, Ukraine is like top of the board on that one.
Top elites are cannibals. What does that even mean?
Yeah, that one's
Like
a
literally cannibals?
stretch.
That's what it says.
Have you? Well, you've seen the spirit cooking with Marina Abramovich and all these elites and celebrities, and they eat fake bodies and they do all that kind of stuff.
Okay, some people are just weird. That doesn't mean that top elites.
Yeah, but
And who is a top elite? So you're saying that George Soros, for example, eats people?
If I was going to point to somebody that would eat people,
Yeah,
George Soros would be the top of the list.
If I heard he did, that would not surprise me, to be fair.
Have you seen him?
Yes, I've seen him. He's creepy as all get out.
That to me looks like the kind of guy that could eat an Uncle Bozy.
Someone put in the chat line. Someone put in a chat line. That's a very good point. He says it depends on who does the fondling. Going back to that, depends on. Do you want the creepy fat guy or do you want the hot security lady doing the fondling?
You never get the hot security lady.
I know it's never not.
You
fair.
know, it's a risk you have to take, though.
Yeah, sometimes.
Moving right along.
Go on.
False flag events are real.
Yeah, sign me up.
Yeah.
Operation Northwoods.
Yeah.
JFK turned that stuff down back in the day.
The school system is an indoctrination tool
Yes.
of the elites, obviously.
Yeah.
Come on, man, challenge us.
Especially now.
Pesticides are a lead cause in the nation's cancer crisis. Yes.
Yes.
Of course.
Absolutely.
When
Na-
is the conspiracies happening?
Yeah.
NASA was established using the expertise of Nazi scientists after World War II.
It's Operation
Wasn't that
Paperclip.
pro- wasn't that proven?
I think that was proven.
There was,
Yeah.
there was a whole
That's the
TV
truth.
show about that. I watched it.
Yeah.
Birth control causes abortion.
I don't.
I would need a little bit more
I-
explanation.
yeah.
for
Plan, does a plan? Is that what Plan B does?
that. No.
No.
No. Okay, moving on. I don't know. Let's see here. Taxation is theft. Obviously, we all agree on that.
It's not even a question.
Science has become a religion. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, just people like Fauci. Right.
Yeah, like the COVID stuff. Absolutely.
You've seen the new bird flu stuff.
Nuclear weapons are a hoax.
Oh, I've seen that one too.
How is that a hoax? Like
nah.
the way we don't have them? Is that what they're saying?
Like, yeah, it was just a really big bomb in Japan.
That's just dumb.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Elites are staging a false flag alien invasion.
Project Bluebeam. Have you seen
Project
that one?
Bluebeam. Yeah, I talked about that.
Bluebeam?
Project Bluebeam.
I've gone on the record with my wife. I said, if aliens come, I'm not buying it.
I mean, aliens do exist. That's like not even.
I said, it was like one late night show prep. It's like 11:30. I look at her. I said, just for the record, if aliens show up, not buying it.
You
just
know
walk
what?
up to the spaceship, fake.
You know what? Then they'll beam you up,
Yeah.
Chris.
Well, yeah.
And you can report back. Just
Hey,
make sure you-
Scotty.
I
Make
will.
sure you call in during the morning show.
I will. I'll call in from space like those astronauts did to Nixon.
Yeah.
Oh,
Exactly
God,
right.
that's right. Oh, that was fun. That's
I'm
funny.
surprised that one's not up there. Telephone call from the moon.
Nope, I don't remember that story. What was the story?
That the astronauts phone called Nixon from the moon.
Like, they just had his number for the White House.
And they just called him?
Yeah.
You don't remember that during the moon landing?
No. Well, the moon landing was fake.
There you go.
yeah,
Nailed it.
Oh, man.
What's that, John? You got something to say?
The moon landing was fake.
I'm kidding.
Okay.
Well, Chris, was the moon landing fake? Yes or no?
I don't believe that phone call was real.
All right. That's all I got. I thought that was a pretty good bit. What you guys think?
I liked
Is that
it.
good?
All right. So who's got the most?
I got
Chris,
I got 19.
Yeah.
I lost track after 10 because they were all like being automatic yeses at one point.
I'm at 16.
I got 14.
I think the cannibal one is the obvious no of them all.
That's an obvious no?
Yeah.
All right,
Not
so
in Chris's world.
it actually makes a lot of sense, right? Chris is the most.
Yeah.
Joan is very much akin to Chris. Like you guys are just,
I feel like I could talk Joan into a lot of these.
You might be able to with some hard evidence, but
and I, of course, coming in at the tail end at like 14.
Oh, but multiple people are texting birds. Are they real or not?
Everybody knows they're not. Sitting on those power lines to charge up and then spy on us.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. I didn't think about the
Chris,
line.
you get 3 points for that one, man.
I didn't even think about the electrical lines.
That's where they charge.
That's where they charge. That's the one legitimate like argument I've ever heard.
The funnest thing about the actual bird drones is that it's true that they were using bird carcasses to make drones to spy on people. Like, and it started.
Well, they use little bugs too.
Oh, I'm sure
started back during the Cold War. Yeah, they probably have mosquito drones now. Like, they can,
I'm sure that, but like all birds are like drones. And
no, but
spying.
that's the meme. And it's fun.
How is that fun?
What do you mean?
It's not.
Because
your
it's
reaction makes it fun.
Because it's like a jarring statement to somebody that's like unbaptized in the conspiracy realm.
Yeah, that's
and
what
then
that's
they go, what the hell do you mean? And then you can kind of like slow walk them into understanding where you're at.
We should do a whole segment
it's like
on
a
that
good
one day.
it's like a good entry point to red pilling someone.
All right, very good.
Birds being fake.
Chris, what's coming up?
Well, we are we're going to talk all about the H-1B scandal. We're going to talk about Jimmy Carter. I have a statement from Donald Trump that I'm going to bring to you. We're going to talk about Biden's decline in the cover-up and more.
All right, it is 8:53 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Yeah, he was the oldest living president. The nation is bidding farewell to former President Jimmy Carter. Also, an Ohio teacher visited Nashville. Then she got fired from her job. We'll tell you what happened there. Those stories at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, everybody. Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck. $8:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Hey, Jeff, can you turn that up a little bit? I love trying to shout over the bumper music. Hey, by the way, 2428 says Chris did not respond to Flat Earth.
Yeah, no, I'm not all the way in on Flat Earth. I love some of the conversations online. I could watch a good Flat Earth video.
Is snow real?
Is snow real?
Mm-hmm.
That's a callback to Mac. Do you know that?
Mac Maury?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that.
So one day it was they said that we were going to get some wet snow, and I said, Mac, fact check that, and I wanted him to pull up a weather report,
right.
But he actually fact check if there was wet snow.
This in addition to Our Birds Are Real.
This is right around that same time.
No wonder he left.
He left. I think he's doing okay. He doesn't talk to me much.
No.
I text him from time to time.
I haven't heard from him. I'm sure he's crushing. Kid's a beast.
Oh, he's absolutely crushing. And I'm sure that he's doing great. And I'm sure that he doesn't miss the whole, hey, fact check this.
Well, he has his own show down there. I was talking to him about it because me and him have the same theme show. He does a fantasy football show down there, and I do one over here.
Okay. That's great. Anything else you want to say, Jeff?
I appreciate Mac. I don't know. He helped me. He trained me to get here. So,
can we talk about the train wreck that is the Tennessee Titans?
We can. It's funny.
I actually watched some of the game yesterday.
I'm so sorry.
And by halftime, I was like, I'm out. Like, they can't win a game. And there's people calling for the head of the
head coach,
brand new head coach.
After a year, it's a little premature to ask for his firing, but I understand.
Dude, they've won 3 games. 3. 3? Or is it 2? It's 3, right?
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan did the same thing in San Francisco, and he went to 2 Super Bowls, so it happens.
I think they need to fire him.
Get rid of him.
That's a hot take.
Is it?
It's a hot sports
It's
take.
not a hot take.
It's a hot sports opinion, man. No? All right, moving right along.